just depends on where the conversation goes in public comment, but I don't think we're an hour worth.
Okay. Well, what I might just do is, depending on where you guys are, we'll just pause. If if you and Kim have already gone and Jeff has to go or whatever, we'll try to pause at a reasonable.
We're live.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we are good to go. So unless anybody stops me, I'm going to call the April 14th regular Town of Truckee Town Council meeting to order. It is approximately 4:35, and I wanted to quickly announce before we even do a roll call, we are down on channel 18 today, so unfortunately you have no idea if you're actually on channel 18, but we will only be streaming on ttctv.org, and you can find our live broadcast there at this time. With that, Judy, let's have a roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Commendatore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Klubstad,
Here.
Mayor Pallavi,
Here.
Councilmember Tierman,
Here.
and Councilmember Abrams is noted as absent this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. We are going to waive the Pledge of Allegiance this evening and move straight into public comment. So any item not on tonight's agenda. And actually, before I start this, I apologize. So for anybody in the audience, streaming or otherwise, all public comment tonight can come in via email to truckee@townoftruckee.com. We will be taking public comment on any of the items throughout. You can, up until that agenda item passes, you can send in your public comment just so we have it. And then we will be officially opening and closing public comment as we go through each agenda item. So with that, I'm now going to open public comment that for any item that is not on tonight's agenda. And I believe we're going to do the same thing we did last time, which is a combination of Jeff Lux and Dan Wilkins reading any public comments that is appropriate for right now. I'm guessing silence means I am seeing none. Jeff and Dan, I'll get a confirmation. A head nod work.
Well, yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. We did get some comments, but they're all on specific items, at least the ones that came in prior to about 3 o'clock.
Great. So I'm going to close public comment at this time, and we're going to move on to our presentations this evening. We have one presentation. It is an Earth Day proclamation, and we do not have a slide for that. I am simply going to read this proclamation. And this proclamation, hold on, I need to get to one other screen. I apologize.
Hi, Mayor. I don't want to interrupt you, but I actually have a couple update slides that I'm not sure if you'd like us to read before the proclamation.
Oh, sure. Yes, go ahead, Erica. Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. So there you go. Go for it.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. This is not currently my slides.
That's item 7.2.
There we go. All right. We're all working through this together, so no worries, and thanks to our audience for their patience.
Thanks for your patience. Okay, so I wanted to give you a couple brief updates before we talk about Earth Day this year. And a couple important things to note is that with business closures and operations being decreased, many businesses have either canceled service or decreased their their service levels. So if you are operating a business, please get in contact with TTSD directly to adjust accordingly. Also important to note is that Eastern Regional Landfill is now closed to public access. Sorry. And let's see. It's good to know that Eastern Regional Landfill, the dump, is actually still accessible to essential services, but closed to the public. And a lot of folks are doing some spring cleaning now that they're home, but HHW or household hazardous waste events are postponed until further notice. So please hold on to your chemicals and paints at home until we have a safe way to dispose of these items. But we want to remind folks that you can schedule bulky item pickups 2 times per year, and scheduled overages, which is up to 3 extra cans of waste, can be scheduled 4 times a year for free. So those are both ways to get rid of some excess waste. And yard waste, a reminder, green waste cart pickups resume in May, so May 4th through 8th. And TTSD is already scheduling the bin rentals. Those are available for $75.72, and that's a 1-week drop off in your driveway. And then we'll also be hosting a couple drop off dumpster days sometime during May, so please keep an eye out for those once they get scheduled, as the dump will be closed for drop off until further notice. And Blue Carts, the recycling is scheduled for Tahoe Donna residents. They will be receiving carts if they've opted in sometime late May, early June, and those begin service in June. Any other resident can still pick up a cart at Town Hall for free. They just have to give us a call, and they can get their Blue Cart if they haven't already received one. And then Earth Day, what we really are here to talk about, we are going to be celebrating this year with some daily activities alongside many of our Take Care partners. And if you haven't seen them already, Sierra Watershed Education Partnership is doing what they call Swept Snippets. They are really great educational activities, and they are putting those out on their social media channels. And then lastly, we'll be talking about compost and food waste in particular on Keep Truckee Green. So I encourage everyone to stay connected, to stay up to date on all of the changes, as you know, changes are frequently occurring, and these can be seen on our website, keeptruckeegreen.org. We also have a newsletter, and then of course we've got our Facebook and Instagram. Those are both Keep Truckee Green, and then TTSD's website is up to date with Eastern Regional Landfill updates, and that is waste101.com. And I will pass it off back to Dave.
Thank you, Erica. And I'm going to move on to our presentation for today. And this presentation is to Aaron Ronald, who is one of our Civic Spark Fellows. And I believe Erin is on with us. So tonight she will be accepting the Earth Day Proclamation. Aaron Ronald is currently a Civic Spark Fellow, part of the AmeriCorps program, working as part of the Keep Truckee Green team. Next year, Erin will be studying climate action planning in Sweden, as she was recently selected as a prestigious Fulbright Scholar for 2021. We wanted to thank Erin for her work and dedication to carbon reduction, and I'm going to read the official proclamation. So whereas Truckee celebrates Earth Day each day with its dedication to preserving and protecting our local and global natural resources through sustainable policies, community engagement, and creative source reduction practices. And whereas Tuesday, April 22nd marks the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, raising awareness around pollution, climate change, and other environmental issues since 1970. And whereas the town of Truckee is currently drafting its first climate action plan to address adaptation and mitigation of change through the general plan update process. And whereas Keep Truckee Green continues to engage the public through social media alongside other partner organizations such as Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships, the League to Save Lake Tahoe, Waste Not IVGID, the Truckee Roundhouse, Tahoe Fund, Take Care Tahoe, and whereas the Truckee community will carry the enthusiasm surrounding Earth Day into their everyday practices. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that the 22nd day of April 2010, the 22nd day of April 2020 is Truckee Earth Day. There you go.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, Aaron. You were with us. I see you. So thanks for all your service, Aaron, and good luck being a Fulbright scholar. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really, I've just felt so lucky to get to work with Truckee on all of these issues through Civic Spark. And I mean, the purpose of Civic Spark is to help municipalities our climate action plan, which has given me so much insight into how towns work towards achieving their carbon reduction goals, which is basically the same thing I'm going to be studying next year, but in Sweden. So I'm super excited to take everything I've learned here and just develop it in the Swedish context.
Great. Well, thank you so much. We certainly have appreciated all the work that you've put in and will continue to do. And good luck to you as the year goes on. So thank you.
If I may, Mayor, quick
Sure.
counsel. It's been such a pleasure working with you, Aaron. Both with the town of Truckee and at the school district. So I'm very excited to see you continue on this journey, but please keep in touch with us and let us know what you learn and develop over time. And then I, of course, have to say that Earth Day is my favorite day of the year, and I try to celebrate it every day, which I love that we included that in the proclamation. So we do have a great opportunity coming up before us based on our current crisis and what we're seeing happen or take place during this period of time. And I just really look forward to seeing what we can all do with this as a community. So thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Mayor, if I may as well, I just wanted to send my congratulations, Aaron, to you. Also, you were there at the very start and the launch of the Truckee Litter Corps. So really appreciated your help with that. And fantastic news about the Fulbright Scholarship in Sweden. You're going to love Sweden. Our daughter studied there for a year, so I think you're going to really enjoy that experience. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Mayor, are you muted?
Yes.
Sorry, is that what you were waiting for? Oh, man. Okay, sorry. So what I was saying was, if there are no other council comments, I don't see any other public comment right now. Do we have any public comment on the presentations? I haven't seen any come through. So I'm going to close public comments, and thank you all for bearing with me as I repeat myself. And we will move on to our consent calendar for tonight. So on our consent calendar, we have item 6.1, the minutes of our February 25th and March 10th, and the special meeting on March 25th. Sorry, February 25th, March 10th, and March 25th. And then item 6.2, which is approval of our Nevada County Transportation Commission's fiscal year 2021 overall work program. Would any member of council like to pull any item from consent? Seeing none. Any staff like to pull anything from consent? Since I didn't get a message, I'm guessing none. And the public, any item from consent? Great. So with that, Vice Mayor Klofstad, can we get a motion to approve the consent calendar this evening?
I move that we approve the consent calendar this evening.
I'll second it.
Can I ask who seconded?
Tony?
Thank you, Tony.
And we're going to do official roll calls on each vote for Judy's sake. So Judy, take it away.
Yes, Vice Mayor Klofstad,
Yes.
Councilmember Commendatore,
Yes.
Councilmember Chairman,
Yes.
and Mayor Pallavi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes. And we're going to move straight into item 7.1 this evening, our COVID-19 response update and some personnel rules ratifications. For those who are joining us, it's 4:50 right now. This, depending on how long this takes, I'm going to push pause around 5:15 on this agenda item. We will come back to it, but we have some timing issues with item 7.2. So at some point around 5:15, we'll see where we're at, and I might hit the pause button for the time being. But with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff, potentially, or somebody else at the staff tables to take away 7.1. Go for it.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is Jeff Lux. All I'm going to do here is kind of introduce the sequence. First, we're going to have Chief Leftwich, and he's going to tell us about the EOC and some current numbers and kind of the critical elements that are going on in the emergency operations. Then I'm going to respond with a few general comments of things the town has been doing behind the scenes. And then Kim Zurich will talk about both budget and personnel rules, and that's actually the thing you'll be taking action on. So Chief, take it away.
Thank you, Jeff. Afternoon, Mayor, Honorable Council. What I wanted to do was kind of take you through an update on COVID stats in general. I think since we've had 2 weeks in between meetings, it's important to kind of recapture those and get those out there for anybody that's watching. And then I'll go by section. I've combined some of them through the EOC and just give you an update there. Needless to say, I have a lot to cover, so y'all thought I talked quick before. This is really going to fly. I will stop, though, and kind of give you the points that I want you to remember out of each section of those. And then, of course, I'll be available for questions. So with that, let me kind of get started on the statistics. Before I get into those stats, I want to remind everybody that these are literally changing on a daily basis, if not hourly. So I respectfully remind everyone watching that the town is not a healthcare provider or health agency, but I've compiled these to give some perspective on the general community update. And I think that's important. Overall stats in the United States right now, we have just over 550,000 people that have tested positive for COVID. 22,000, unfortunately, which passed away. In California, there's about 24,500, about 740 deaths. And then, of course, everybody's more familiar with our Nevada County stats at 34 and 24 on the east side. And Nevada County does break it down that way, 24 being on the east side, but we all know that's primarily Truckee. Probably a couple of outliers involved, the unincorporated area. And then there's some confusion, which I'll capture later when I talk about communications in the EOC. But Otago Forest is also reported at 49 for their district, which is obviously very different than the town of Truckee and Nevada County. I encourage everybody that's watching and not familiar with it to look for the county dashboard. That can be found at mynevadacounty.com. I found it really useful. It's very straightforward and simple. It's one of the first things you come across as you scan down that page. So continue to push people to nevadacounty.com, mynevadacounty.com for additional information. Overall testing, you'll hear a lot about testing becoming a hot topic in our state right now. There's 213,000 people approximately that have been tested in California. That's up about 9,500 per day. So that's climbing, but still not nearly where we need to be. If we did that as a comparison to the population, it's only 0.5% of the population being tested. And there's a lot of issues with really interpreting some of the stats I just gave you with regards to the frequency of testing. Positive tests by county, Los Angeles still remains the highest, right around 9,200. San Diego County is about 18, Santa Clara County 1,500, Riverside 13, Orange County 13, 1,800, and San Francisco is about 900. So in the top 6, we only have San Francisco and Santa Clara County for Northern California that are trending in that direction. Demographics with what Cal OES has come out with, it's still a pretty even split between male and females that are testing positive. The largest age group is still that 18 to 49. I think that's an important point as we talk about social distancing and people using personal responsibility to stay at home. As probably most people are, when I was younger, you tend to think you're invincible, and it is that younger group that's being impacted by this, and I always like to call that out when I can. Hospitalizations on the state level, there's around 5,100 people hospitalized, with 1,500 of them in ICU. So here's what I want you to remember out of that. COVID-19 is still not something to be messed with. Hospitalizations are high, and it's a nasty infection that's still spreading. Pay attention to those demographics. This is a serious threat to that 18 to 49 age group. And although that's positive tests and not deaths, that's still something that we need to be focused on. As I mentioned, testing is key. Everything I'm reading in the stats and somewhat information, but we need test no to more no is really what I'm going with. And that's a national and state level. That's obviously not something that we're going to accomplish here in Truckee, but we do need to start testing more to really know more. Okay, so off onto the EOC sections update. I'll start with communications. That's the most substantive. A lot of common community questions and concerns, particularly around the hotspot terminology, enforcement actions, expectations, on isolating our area or locking down Truckee, a very common theme. Enforcement rumors of other areas, Mammoth, El Dorado, Santa Cruz, San Diego. So I can think of a couple other examples where people feel there's other organizations, other areas that are taking a more aggressive enforcement stance than possibly we are or Nevada County is. True population influx estimates with our visitors and people that are occupying their other residents or part-time residents. That continues to be a very common question from our community or concern from our community. Tahoe Forest numbers versus Nevada County numbers and that confusion. That's also something we're getting often fairly frequently. I mentioned that before. Tahoe Forest Hospital District is a very different district than the county parameters, as well as what Truckee is. If you've seen it on almost all of our social media platforms, we produced a video on Friday, that was April 10th, that addressed most of those concerns. That's been viewed over 15,000 times, so consider that to be a pretty heavy reach. We also produced a video on April 5th with Mr. Weiss and President and CEO of Tahoe Forest and Dr. Rob Leary, our Superintendent and Chief Learning Officer of the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. And that video addressed several of these concerns also, viewed for 19,000 times. So both of those very substantial reaches. On the medical and public health division of our EOC, we're closely working with TFH and public health as much as we can. We're very supportive of requiring some rapid test apparatus. A lot of people would refer to that as the Abbott machine that gives results in under 30 minutes. Again, that's test more to know more. Tahoe Forest and public health are obviously the lead on that effort, but we highly support it. In the management, planning, and finance section of our EOC, FEMA paperwork and cost recovery planning is really what that's all about at the moment. On a positive note, we're approved as eligible for FEMA public assistance grant, so that don't ask me too many questions about what that entails. I'm not really certain yet, although I think it is one of the primary steps in getting FEMA reimbursement. Unfortunately, we're starting to make plans for wildfire season. That coincides with COVID-19. Nobody wants to hear those two words and judge on one another, but that's our reality. Operations and logistics section. Most policy modifications, enhancements to mitigate community exposure from staff and staff exposure. Our staff starting to wear masks out in the public, trying to find those policies, refine those. Mask and respirator mask acquisitions. That's been big on the logistics section. And I just want to cover one variable there. I'm getting a lot of questions about the difference between the surgical mask and the N95s. One's a respirator mask, one's a surgical mask covering. I think those two distinctions would be for common basis forward. So here's what I want you to remember out of all that update. There's several of them, so I'll go really quickly and then be open for some questions. We need to test more to know more. Stats are helpful, but they can only be used to speculate and prepare at this point. They do not tell the entire story. avoid that sensationalism journalism as hard as it is, the terms like hotspot. Our numbers were certainly concerning around April 2nd. I think that the hotspot terminology was applied appropriately at that time to really forecast some modeling, but that sense has changed, although the media still grabs on to wanting to declare Truckee a hotspot. We can legally lock down, we cannot legally lock down the area, and it is not going to happen outside very dramatic state orders. Ethically and morally, I will continue to defend our Constitution and our ability to move around both for the state and the federal U.S. Constitution. Stop believing what rumors and social media are telling you about areas and their enforcement efforts. I've checked in with a lot of those areas, and there's very few that are doing anything different than what we're doing in Truckee or Nevada County. Our population influx is not as dramatic as it might feel. I don't want to get into specific numbers, but there are some indicators to suggest that we're not feeling the influx the way that some people might sense that we are in our neighborhoods. Tahoe Forest Hospital is a district. It covers a much larger area than Truckee. I can't say that enough. Our stats are going to be different, particularly when you publish on social media. We need to test more to know more. We've already covered that enough. And I'll leave you with my marathon analogy. Some of you have heard this, but I don't know if all the public has. We might be feeling good and we have a strong pace right now, but I want to remind everybody that we're a mile 15 of the marathon. There's still a lot of miles left, and we need to stay focused. We need to stay at home, socially distance, wash our hands, and do it again. Get used to masks. Those are probably here to stay for a while. Focus on who we can influence in our family and friends group, and don't waste that emotional capital on trying to control everything else. So with that, I will go to questions. That's the update I have.
Thank you, Chief. And did we want to go through all the staff presentations, or we want to take questions one at a time for the Chief? I guess we can do one at a time. So any council member, we're going to go in the same order that we did last time. We're going to start with Vice Mayor Klostad, go to Council Member Commendatore, and Council Member Tierman. So any specific questions for Chief that you want to get out now, let's just do that. So Vice Mayor Klostad.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pallavi. That was a lot. Chief, thank you very much. A lot of really good information. Can you just repeat for me, with the testing 9,000 people a day, 213,000 people in the state of California, what percentage of our population is that again?
Yeah, it's 0.5% of our population that's been tested. So some would argue that's probably not the right matrix, that you want to test people that are showing symptoms or that have been exposed. But if we take 40 million people and just look at it, and those numbers are still pretty low with regards to knowing really the infection penetration in California.
Okay. Yeah, and as you know, we did talk to Assemblywoman Megan Dahl the other day. The mayor and we requested this Abbott test. What are the steps that we need to take in order to document that request and that need?
Yeah, so I think it's well documented through our Emergency Operations Center and certainly through the county's Emergency Operations Center. As you can imagine, those testing kits and the region that fills them, the actual solution that allows them to be used is in high demand. So I would say not documenting the steps, but complain, yell, stomp your feet on the table. Yeah, all the above. We just want to make sure that we aren't just looked at as a very small rural community. I was pleased with Governor Newsom's address today. He did talk about rapid testing, particularly about the Abbott machine. And one of the things that he stated was that the state was going to be trying to assess the need, particularly in those more rural areas that might not have the healthcare resources that urban areas have. So that would indicate to me that there's some light at the end of the tunnel with us being on that list, but it's still highly competitive. And again, we're in a very supportive role in that. That is Tahoe Forest, that is public health. It's making those requests, but we're supporting them as much as we possibly test more and more.
Yeah, no, clearly 0.5% of our population doesn't really give us all the information we need there. As for the shutdown of the community, I know you and the department heads and the other council members members and I have been talking about this and emailing about it ad nauseum. And it sounds like we are getting some really good views on those videos where you dive deep into that. But I think it's important to really reiterate that constitutional privilege that you are trying to defend there. We do have a circumstance here where if we're trying to do something to shut down Truckee, that's really what we're locked up against. It's not just we don't want to have the perception of not being welcoming. It's really a constitutional right that you're protecting.
Yeah, I think for the vast majority of it, that's an accurate statement. There is a percentage there that I'll take the heat for this with our community. I do have some concerns over the return on investment, I guess, for lack of a better term. I don't know if that's what we need to do at this point, although I think it's very frustrating and scary for our community to think that people coming from that area might be increasing our risk exposure. I think we need to be very, very careful with those types of programs when we start getting into a very. And I mentioned it before. Don't believe all the rumors that you see on social media about what other communities are doing. Those aren't the entire story. I've checked with what is happening in San Diego and Santa Cruz. There's a lot more to that than just people being handed out tickets because they're out in public and in a larger group than 2 or 3 people. And the El Dorado case was obviously very heavily talked about on social media. El Dorado's backed away from having any kind of checkpoint or real significant actions against those that own part-time homes in that area. There was also several rumors about Mono County and Mammoth Lakes setting up checkpoints. That's not the case. They did start to go down that road, did not seek state approval, or they sought state approval, did not receive it, and they're currently not having any kind of checkpoints in Mammoth. So a lot of those are constitutional issues, but they're also, when you start wading into restricting people's freedom of movement, you have to be very, very deliberate with what kind of a result you're going to get out of that. At this point, I don't think that that's the right.
Okay, that's really the important thing. I mean, somebody hears something happening in another community and they immediately say, well, why can't I do it here? And I think you've definitely gone through that vetting process to actually verify what it is that city or county was trying to do, and then whether or not they were able to successfully implement it. And it sounds like at this point we haven't seen a successful implementation of some sort of lockdown of an area.
I'd say that's correct and accurate. The other part, and I can't emphasize it enough, is even if we could, that's the very surface level. Logistically here, it's nearly an impossibility given the fact that they're really state highways that feed our area. And I have no jurisdictional control over Highway 80 or Interstate 80 or Highway 89, Highway 267. The amount of staffing it would take to really lock down our area is another logistical concern. And I can't emphasize enough, I'm just not really sure what the legalities are around how I would arbitrarily identify what a local is, who I would allow to pass, who I would restrict movement to, who I would turn around. There's absolutely no legal authority that I have to make those kind of determinations. When you have police departments and police chiefs starting to create case law, you're in a very, very dangerous area. That could be more costly than COVID-19.
Yeah, I'd like to add to what Chief Leftwich is saying. I am the town attorney for the town of Mammoth Lakes, and down there was a lot of interest in closing State Highway 203, which is the only road into town. I told everybody up front that wasn't going to work, and sure enough, it hasn't worked. It would require approval from Caltrans. It would require approval from the State Department of Public Health. Caltrans has said very, very specifically they're not interested in authorizing any checkpoints or closures of any state highway anywhere in California. So there's no way that they would authorize closing 89, 267, or 80, and without their approval, we simply can't do it. And we can't do any kind of what's called a quarantine out without the State Department of Public Health's approval, and they have studiously avoided giving that approval anywhere in the state. So in addition to the kind of the constitutional right to travel concerns that Chief Leftwich mentioned, it's simply not going to happen that the state is going to authorize cities or counties to do the kinds of things that some people have called for.
Thank you for checking. but it makes it crystal clear. And then that leads me to my last question. I know we have been coordinating with Caltrans on putting up signage to say, please don't travel. And so we have had those other conversations with Caltrans. Obviously, now I can tell that we have asked them whether or not it would even be possible to close down any of these arteries into our community. So clear, very clear. We just need to get that message out to the rest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Commendatore. Any questions for Chief?
Yeah, I just kind of a follow up to on a line of questioning was, and more maybe to underscore it, Chief, is to really with what I heard you say, and I know you're not a doctor, but the measures we're taking are appearing to work both in our community and county and statewide. And so staying the course is probably the most important part, rather than trying to add a bunch of new requirements. You say that's fair?
Yeah, thank you very much for giving my disclaimer that I'm not a public health official. I mean, that's critical. I'm trying to provide as much information as I can to our community, but I certainly am not the keeper of these stats. I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm just learning this as I go with regards to infectious diseases. That you are correct. I think that I can speak to a state level more than locally. Things are trending in the right direction, but I'm very cautious to provide too much good news because I want to keep people focused. I use that marathon analogy a lot. We're at mile 15. There's still a lot of miles left. Let's make sure that we keep our eye on the prize and that we continue to do all the good social distancing and stay at home personal hygiene habits that we have been. But I know that Tahoe Forest is in healthy condition at the moment, that it's not been overrun as the surge terminology was used throughout our state, what we saw in New York. So that's very good news. We want to celebrate that, but not forget that this is a lot of uncharted waters, and we don't want to celebrate too early and lose sight of really maintaining our community.
Great. I think I'll stop there. I don't have any other questions there.
Councilmember Tierman.
Yeah, Chief, thank you for the update, and thanks for all the hard work of you and your team in the police department. Really appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
Yeah, I have, I guess, sort of a comment that'll lead into a question. We received an email today from someone I know very well about the trails and the Legacy Trail, the other trails, sort of the most frequented trails in our community. And I'm a user, as many are, and only I'd say within the last week have I and my wife started putting on sort of homemade masks when we're out on the trail riding the bikes. The CDC, there were some mixed messages about the benefits of masks, pro and con, and I think finally settled on recommending masks when we're out there, and I think we're starting to see a lot more of that in the community when people go to the grocery store, for example, and are out and about. So I guess my question would be, can we do something, and maybe in partnership with the rec district, to encourage people to wear masks when they are on the trail? Maybe there's some signage we can put up at the trailheads to encourage that. Very few people are doing it. The trail ranges in width, the Legacy, for example, from 8 to 10 feet. It's getting heavy use right now because we all love being outside in Truckee. And so just one more thought about a precautionary measure, or at least trying to encourage people to think about that when they're out exerting themselves on the trail. So,
okay, Councilmember Tierman, perhaps this is Town Manager Jeff Lux. Maybe I can answer a piece of that. Okay. Starting last week, we actually put out 20 plus signs on the trails, and there'll be 25 of them out by tomorrow. And those were procured by our EOC and put out by our Public Works folks. They don't talk masks. They talk about social distancing and being careful. So we certainly could look into procuring some additional signage and putting some additional signage up about masks. But people who are on the trails should note they're out there, 25 of them.
Okay, no, that's good. That's good to know. I'm going to give a shout out to one of the town employees. Nick Martin's out there a lot on the trail with his family, and he's got the whole family have masks on. So kudos to Nick and family. Can you hear me?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
You're good. Any other questions or?
No other questions. Thank you.
Great. And I don't have any questions either. I just wanted to make sure that the public and everybody tuning in has a visit to townoftruckee.com. There are a number of videos that Chief Leftwich and his department have put out over the past week or two that are all incredibly informative. So if you haven't had a look at any of those yet, they go into a little bit more depth in a lot of the things that he just spoke about. And they're all up on the Town of Truckee YouTube page, and you can get there from townoftruckee.com. And Chief, did you have anything else you wanted to add, or are we good?
No, that was it. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And thanks for all the efforts that you've been putting in, for sure.
Yeah, of course.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. This
Yes.
is Kim Zurich, Administrative Services Director, and one of my areas of responsibility is information technology, and my crew has been working very hard to make this meeting work. We do know there is an echo on the live stream, so we are working on it. We are getting some texts and messages on that. We can't hear it as we're participating, but others who are listening to us over the internet are experiencing an echo. So we know that, and we're sorry about that, and we're trying to figure out what it is.
And just to follow up on that, I just got a text that it's working better now. So from one of the folks who had texted earlier that said it wasn't.
Okay. This is meeting by text and video. This is good stuff. We are making this work, people. I like it. Thank you for everybody's help. So it's 5:15. Town Manager Jeff and Kim, are you okay if we hit pause for a few minutes, or maybe for about 30 minutes, and move on to item 7.2 so that we have enough time to hear from Charles if we need to? And then we will, for all in the audience listening in, we will come back to item 7.1. There is a significant amount of information that we would like to continue presenting. And so please be patient with us, and we'll come back to 7.1. We will have public comment on 7.1, and we will take action on 7.1. But at this time, I'm going to pause 7.1, and we are going to move into 7.2. And hopefully that gave our staff, it did. Good job, Kimberly. I was stalling for you for that purpose. So I believe I'm passing it off to Hillary. Jeff, sorry, Jeff. Okay, thank you. And so Jeff is going to take us through 7.2, which is a contract amendment with TBWBH for a potential revenue measure for housing and housing program communications plan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Hillary will take you through the slides and the specific recommendation, but I wanted to frame this because this is one of those items that if it had come up under normal circumstances would probably be a consent item and would pass right through. But under the current circumstances with the COVID lens to which we're looking through constantly, we've gotten some feedback and some concerns, and legitimate ones, saying, well, wait a minute, why are we thinking about doing this now? Why are we choosing this piece of business to move along? It has to do with surveying people. It has to do with possible eventual ballot measure. It seems like this is the wrong time, and there's some logic to that. I did just, though, want to frame this by saying we are looking very hard at our business as usual items, every single one of them, and trying to decide, is it the time to bring it forward or not? And I'll just give you the frame to which at least I'm looking at items when we decide whether or not to bring them to council. This one in particular was one that council asked us to come back with, but that was a month ago when the world looked very, very different. So the COVID lens that I like to use is, number one, is it a council priority topic. In this case, housing, it is. Number two, is it time sensitive? In this case, it's not critically time sensitive, but Hillary will describe the timing and why it does have a time component. Number three, is this something we would decide to do in 2 or 3 months when we hope things will settle down and business as usual will become a little more business as usual? And if it is, it might be something we can consider today. And this one falls into this category, is this a decision that's necessary to keep something moving or to keep your options, council's options or the town options, from making decisions or taking action in the next couple of months? And this one clearly is going to fall into that camp. And then finally, if we are spending money, we're very concerned that we don't spend too much money, because we want to make sure, and Kim will describe this at length when we get back to 7.1, but we're really trying to hold on to our resources for essential services and also for recovery actions, which we know are going to be absolutely critical. So those are the lenses by which we put this item on. We realize some people might suggest it's kind of odd and why are you doing it? It's the wrong time. But I think, as Hillary will describe to you, we think it still does make some sense, but council is certainly has the prerogative to put this off, or however you want to look at it. So with that, I maybe turn it back to Hillary to go through the recommendation itself.
Thanks, Jeff. I will run through a brief presentation on this item, and then we have our consultant, Charles Heath from TBWBH, who has agreed to join us this evening to address sort of the bigger picture of how revenue measures are looking in the state right now and answer any council questions. So with that, just a brief background. As council is well aware, development of this potential revenue measure has been in process for several months, supported by Charles Heath and our Revenue Measure Community Advisory Committee. Most recently, on March 10th, your council accepted the advisory committee's recommendations, indicating council support at that time for a 2% TOT increase on the November 2020 ballot, structured as a special tax for housing. At the March 10th meeting, your council also indicated that you would like to complete additional voter polling prior to a final decision to place the measure on the ballot. And that polling would help confirm that passage of a special tax at the required 2/3 threshold is viable. The purpose of today's agenda item is to approve a contract amendment with consultant TBWBH so that additional polling can be completed this spring. And as Jeff suggested, typically we would bring forth a contract amendment like this as a consent item. We wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for council to discuss given the timing right now. As Jeff alluded to, there are several steps that need to take place between now and June in order to put a measure on the ballot. So what we're not asking council tonight to make a decision, if you are not ready to do so, to put this on the ballot. So a final decision does not need to happen, but there are several steps that need to happen between now and June in order to keep this as an option for council consideration in a couple of months. A couple of those steps include doing this contract amendment. Then there's a process of developing a poll, completing that polling, and developing a polling report with what the findings were. Council would then have an opportunity to consider the polling results, what it's telling us about likely voter turnout and voter perception of whether there's support, whether the timing feels right for this type of a ballot measure. Council would have an opportunity to consider the timing and whether this seems appropriate to move forward. And then we would be looking for a final decision on a general or special tax, which, as council knows, has been one of the key discussion points throughout this process. Also key is implementing some communication and outreach strategies. And I wanted to briefly highlight the communication strategies that we envision happening here. The first would be communication that's under the TBWBH contract. So the TBWBH would be working with the town to develop and disseminate specific information regarding the ballot measure and what it will accomplish. And this work was already included in the base contract approved by council last fall. The second leg of the ballot measure communication strategy is intended to be volunteer-led ballot measure campaign, and this cannot use town resources, as council is aware. So we'd be looking for community members, likely some from our community advocacy committee, and others as well, to step up to help lead a campaign and fundraising for that campaign. This aspect has been on hold for the past few weeks due to the immediate COVID emergency, but we intend to re-engage with committee members following this council meeting, assuming that council chooses to move forward. The third leg of our communication strategy is the town's new overarching housing program communication plan. And rolling out this plan is something the town intended to do this spring anyway, outside of the ballot measure, in order to increase community awareness of our expanding housing programs, especially now that we have a housing program manager on board. This communication plan is intended to be ongoing and will continue well beyond the timeframe of the November election. However, community awareness resulting from these communication efforts will also help raise awareness around Truckee's housing needs in concert with the ballot measure communication efforts. This plan was included as an attachment in the staff report, and we won't go into details about that in the presentation this evening, but our housing program manager, Shauna Doherty, can answer any questions you have about the plan that was included in the report. Our deadline, again, to put a measure on the ballot is the end of June. So that's sort of the hard deadline that we are working towards right now. If we want to have an option to have this on the November 3rd ballot. Right now, we have the council meeting on June 9th scheduled for all items to go on that November ballot. So that's currently our target. If need be, it could be pushed to a later meeting in June, but we need to work with the county in order to finalize the ballot measures and getting them on that election, which is why we have that currently scheduled at the first meeting in June. This slide is just a summary of the ballot measure structure that was discussed and recommended at the March 10th meeting. What we're looking at this evening is to finalize polling and move forward with an amendment in order to look at the final decision on the special tax for the use of funds, which was targeted for affordable housing. And with that, our recommendations this evening are to authorize the town manager to sign a contract amendment in the amount of $24,950 with TBWBH in order to perform the additional polling, which would inform a transient occupancy tax ballot measure. The second recommendation is to accept the housing program communication plan or provide any direction as appropriate. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Charles Heath to give some comments, and then he's available to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Hillary. So following the March election, which was roughly the timing when we were last together discussing this issue, we had a slew of clients that were preparing to do polling just after the March election to evaluate the opportunities in November. And that was right about the time that the shelter-in-place orders came forward and the world changed fundamentally. And so most of those polling efforts have been placed on hold for the last month or month and a half while we wait for the broader environment to normalize to the extent that it's going to. We don't want to conduct polling within such an abnormal environment that we don't think that the opinions that we capture at this moment are indicative of what we might expect to see in November. So with that said, we are hopeful that with some of the recent announcements, in particular, the governor's comments today that started to map a path back towards people getting back to work and loosening some of the restrictions on people's personal activities, that as we get into the month of May, we may be in a position to conduct some of that opinion research and get a better read on how opinions may have changed in light of the economic changes, the drop in the stock market, the fiscal pressures that are emerging for local governments everywhere. All of that will impact how voters think about these local tax proposals. And I really think that any polling conducted last year needs to be updated at this point because we live in such a different environment today than we did when those polls were conducted. So the basic timeline that we've sketched out, and this is parallel to a lot of our other public agency clients that are looking at November, is to tentatively look at conducting that polling in May, but also to adjust the content of the polling to acknowledge the current COVID environment, to test maybe a broader range of potential uses of funds than we would have previously, to look at how health and safety issues may have emerged as higher priorities, to look at how some of the investments from a measure like this might create economic stimulus and help keep people working through this time period. There's some different angles that I think are worth taking a look at. We've also started integrating into our polling some questions just related to the town's response to COVID, to give voters that opportunity to provide some feedback to the town for how things are going in these difficult times. So and if we're able to keep to that time frame where we conduct this research in May, that still leaves the second half of May, the month of June, and even the month of July to do informational outreach about a measure that we might consider placing on the ballot in November, and also working with that independent advocacy group to make sure that they're organized and prepared to launch that advocacy campaign if we are going to the ballot. But I think the first step is to update that opinion research and just check out the environment that we're working in and reassess some of our assumptions around general tax versus special tax, and how those priorities may have shifted. One last piece of information that I'll offer is we do have 2 city clients in California that have conducted polls within the last couple of weeks, and a couple of outcomes from that. One is participation in those polls are higher than we've seen in years, and people have time and focused energy to take these surveys, and they seem eager to provide feedback to their local government agencies. So I think there's actually an opportunity here to capture some opinions in ways that we normally struggle to. And 2, both of those polls were related to general sales tax measures, so not directly analogous to a transient occupancy tax, but the support levels that we've been measuring are roughly in keeping with what we would have expected in a normal environment. No massive 20, 30 percentage point C changes. These are general taxes. Support was testing in the 60 to 70% range, so just under the 2/3 mark, but comfortably above the 50% mark. So, hard to compare across counties and across different types of measures, but those are my first couple of indications of how voters are responding in the post-COVID environment.
Thank you so much, Charles. Really appreciate you being able to join us at the last minute as well for this too. So thank you so much for that insight. We are going to, I think we have a couple of questions for you. We might, but I'm going to officially just open public comment right now as we're finished with the staff presentations. It is truckee@townoftruckee.com. You can email us your public comments, and we're going to leave that open while we go through some council questions, and then we'll hear back from our public comment collectors. So let's just run through any council questions first. We'll deliberate after we get some public comments. So any questions, and we're going to go in the same order once again: Vice Mayor Klofstad, Councilmember Commendatore, and then Councilmember Tierman. So take it away, Anna.
So that was really interesting, Charles. I was kind of thinking you might have good results from polling right now, and certainly it would be great to capture that opportunity. So one thing that I just wanted to double check,
tax formulation.
Right. And that's why it was able to include so many other different things other than affordable housing, but affordable housing being one of several items that were being tested as potentially to be paid for by this tax, correct?
That's right.
So this new polling would, it sounds like we could do several things with it, but primarily it's to make sure, the original intention anyway, was to make sure that if we narrowed this down to just an affordable housing tax, do we still have that minimum of 2/3 approval rating? in order for this thing to have a potential for success, correct?
I think that would still be a goal of this poll, to see if that strong supermajority support that we saw in the past is still there as we narrow this into a special tax. I think there would also be an opportunity in how we structure the questionnaire for the poll to test, not just affordable housing, but a broader range of different potential uses, just to see if that relative mix of priorities has changed given recent events. And that way, I think we can bring back to you some recommendations for, one, whether or not a 2/3 special tax is viable, and if not, or even if it is, have community priorities shifted such that a general tax or some other formulation of the eligible uses for the funds makes more sense in this environment based on what we're hearing from voters.
And that seems really critical. I mean, we are receiving a huge amount of questions that people are interested in understanding what we could do to help them. We, as you well know, we have a lot of small businesses in our community. They are seriously impacted by this crisis. I think there's significant interest in finding ways to provide support for them. So would you be able to formulate some questions that would be specific to those types of support networks and funding sources?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and so then with that, then again, here we are with this special tax versus general tax. If we're going to open it up to possibly some of these opportunities, is there a way to still have it be a special tax, but have it be broader like that? Or would it generally require us to transition to a general tax?
I think there's two questions in that. One is sort of the purely political, pragmatic question of, in this environment, how likely is it that we can achieve the 2/3 support? And the polling's certainly going to give us some clear data to help answer that question. The second piece of that, I think, is more of a policy decision for the town and the council as to how much flexibility makes sense to maintain for yourself in the use of these funds, given how dynamic an environment we find ourselves in, and how confident are you that we've narrowed in on the specific highest priority uses of funds. I mean, given how things have changed just in the last few weeks, it may make a stronger argument for having some more flexibility than we expected when we were talking about this, when housing was sort of clear, head and shoulders above the other potential priorities. But that's a policy decision that we can either have now, or we can also discuss that once we have the benefit of the poll results and we know whether or not 2/3 is even in the cards.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Commendatore.
Thank you, Charles. I don't really have any questions. I think I'm pretty good on where I'm at.
Councilmember Tierman.
Yeah, I have maybe a question first for staff, perhaps Hillary or Jeff. Do we have any information on the impact of employment in our community? How many people have essentially lost their jobs? How big is our sort of service lodging industry here as a segment when you consider employment overall in our community? Do we know what's happening right now with that?
I don't have any firm statistics on that, Jeff. I don't know if you.
No, I don't either. We might look to Kim, because they, with the TOT, they might have some kind of some anecdotal stats, but that would be it at this point.
But we do know it's substantial.
Okay, great. And then maybe going back to Charles, just thinking historically, your firm doing polling, I don't know how long your firm's been in the business of doing this, but historically, when polling is conducted during a time of crisis, what is the risk of, or how do you assess getting results that are going to be more skewed than they might be under normal times, normal circumstances?
Yeah. This is a unique situation that we're in right now. I've been working on bond and tax measures in California since 1999, and sort of the closest comparisons I can draw are the period right around 9/11, when, you know, there was so much uncertainty in the environment and the economy was fluctuating dramatically. You know, honestly, there was sort of a phenomenon after that election where communities rallied together, and we actually saw some strong passage rates for local investments following 9/11. Similarly, following the Iraq invasion and even the economic downturn in 2008, 2009, some of the subsequent elections were quite strong. It's the challenge with polling is trying to figure out when is your moment when you can collect representative opinions. And we're playing a bit of a guessing game right now, but I'm working very closely with the public opinion professionals that, you know, that we utilize for this work to, you know, kind of use our collective judgment to figure out, okay, you know, are voters in a mindset now? Clearly they weren't a couple weeks ago, but are they starting to get into a mindset now where they can kind of see forward and try to anticipate, you know, what life might be like as we get into the summer and fall? And I think that's the moment at which you can start asking them questions about, well, if there were this proposal to increase taxes to fund A, B, and C, you know, that's when you can start to get some representative opinions. And you know, we have lots of clients that are evaluating November. We're watching all those polls come back and trying to read the data and say, you know, how indicative does this seem of past patterns? Just to make sure we're not measuring some complete outlier that could lead us astray in our decision making.
Okay, well, so month of May, I think I heard you mention that most likely polling could get started sometime in May. May is only 2 weeks away. None of us have a crystal ball to know what our world's going to be like in 2 weeks. So, I mean, are you still thinking that May makes sense in terms of polling based on what's happening?
Yeah, and I think we have to take this sort of on an iterative basis, right? And we can work with staff to develop the polling questionnaire by adding the content that we've talked about here tonight to try to make it as relevant as possible within the current environment. That can certainly be done within the next 2 weeks. And then I think we just have to constantly, almost on a day-by-day basis, assess the environment and see whether or not we think the moment is here to conduct the research. It doesn't necessarily have to launch the first day of May. It can bleed into mid-May, but we will, you know, by mid-May start reaching that point of no return where if we haven't conducted the research, we haven't left ourselves the time to then bring the proposal back to you by those June deadlines that Hillary summarized. So at some point we've lost the November opportunity if we don't start making some headway.
Okay. Thank you. No
And
more questions.
Councilmember Tierman, if I could circle back to your first question. We did conduct a flash vote survey last week in partnership with the Chamber and Community Foundation. That was about 1,200 responses, about 2/3 in Truckee, in Nevada County, and about 1/3 in Placer County. Of that, 19.7% responded that they either had reduced hours or had been laid off as a result of COVID-19. So just under 20%.
Okay, thank you, Hillary. That's good to know.
But that's not, you know, that's just a snapshot from the survey. That's not a
Right.
official.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Just one quick question for me, and I sort of see this on page 2 of our staff report. And Charles, I guess my main question is, you know, the direction that was provided at our meeting a month ago in March was very, you know, specific as to, hey, we want to really test the special. I think just the question I have is if there was different direction or if there was a different sentiment, as in a, you know, wow, a special seems really hard in this kind of environment. You know, a general just seems like a sort of a softer way to approach this, especially when we're looking at a tax measure. How important would a change of direction be to inform the questions you're projecting to ask during this follow-up polling? Do you want us to have a discussion about any potential change of direction, or is that not as relevant to the questions that you plan to ask in the follow-up polling?
No, the clearer the direction we can have going into the polling, the better data we'll be able to bring back to you. I think there are opportunities, as I described a minute ago, to look at both options in the poll. But the way we'll get the purest data, the most predictive data, is if we're testing a ballot measure that is as close to what we would anticipate putting on the ballot. So if that, clearly coming out of the last meeting, that was a special tax focused on housing. That's what we were preparing to look at. If there's been a change in emphasis here, then we would adjust the content of the survey accordingly. And if you just want to sort of survey your options, we can certainly do that. But we need to know that sort of the more variables we throw at voters over the course of a poll, sometimes the more mixed messages you'll get back as opposed to real clear direction. So, tell us where you want the emphasis placed and we'll.
Great. Did I freeze or did he? Oh.
He did.
Oh, okay. You guys still have me?
Yes.
Have you?
Okay. Okay. Charles, it sounds like we lost him for a moment there, so that's okay. We're going to move into public comments. I've only seen one public comment come through on item 7.2. So I'm actually going to, since we opened public comment, I'm now going to close public comment. Oh, we got Charles back. Welcome back.
Sorry about that. My
That's
Wi-Fi
okay.
took a break.
I'm going to close public comment on item 7.2 at this time and hand it over to Jeff to read the one comment I believe we got. And if we got more, just let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will read, maybe paraphrase this a little bit, one comment on 7.2, and then if Dan Wilkins has any that have come in while the meeting's been going on, he'll come in right after me. This comment acknowledges there's been an extreme change of events since the COVID pandemic, a huge loss of revenue in transit occupancy tax because of the pandemic, and the suggestion there is that TOT is perhaps not a reliable source because it can fluctuate based on the economy. I believe that I'll just kind of read this part. I believe that paying the $25,000 to send out polling during our current environment will produce highly skewed, ineffective, and inaccurate results. Not the results we'll be seeking. Additionally, I did not think putting this measure on this year's upcoming ballot will be viable because we might not have enough TOT revenue to hit the current town budget. Considering this, I think the town council should, one, deny the amendment or essentially not do the contract amendment for polling, and two, should not include the TOT revenue measure on the November ballot. The commenter goes on to say, however, on a positive note, I do support the additional work effort and monies for a housing communication program. I think this funding and this program are extremely needed, et cetera. So one comment that came in prior to the meeting, and I'll look to Dan Wilkins to see if any have come in since.
We have not received any comments during the meeting.
Thanks.
I will say that I have received a comment during the meeting from Eric Sutton regarding this item. His comment is there any relationship with raising TOT tax and the rents raised from short-term rentals? I would support the TOT rather than a parcel tax. The people who are putting their properties into SDR markets are changing into a business. If they weren't, more rentals would be available in the market. Next fall election, one will have a high turnout, and that will help.
Great. So thank you for all of those public comments. Thanks for getting your public comments in, everybody. And again, for any other of the items, it's truckee@townoftruckee.com. You can continue to email your public comments in. I'm going to bring this item back. And Charles, we know you have to pop off at 6. You have a hard stop, so feel free to drop off at any point. If anybody does have any follow-up questions for you, other council members, just please try to get them out in the next 10 minutes and just let me know if you'd like to mention anything. I'd like to bring this back for deliberation. I'd like to just mention 2 quick things as we talk about this of what we are deliberating. One, a transit occupancy tax. So for all of those viewing, that is a tax, as our public commenter mentioned, on short-term rentals, on property on any type of lodging, rentals, hotel rooms, etc. So it is a tax that will be voted on by our citizens, but not actually charged to our citizens unless they spend a night at a Truckee lodging property. And we are here to deliberate a couple of things. One is going to be the a contract amendment amount for $24,950. Two is to accept the housing program communications. And most importantly, if we are going to approve the first recommendation, either an affirmation that we are still on target with the special, or any hesitations or potential realignments that we might have that might gear us more towards a general with potentially a broader subset of purposes that would be able to utilize this funding. So those are the 2.5 things that we want to work on, and I'm going to hand it over to, so does anybody have any other specific questions for Charles in case he does need to pop off? Council members, Anna, Tony, or David? Can't see your head shake no, so unless you speak up, I'm gonna keep going. 3, 2, 1, great. I'm then going to hand it over to Vice Mayor Klostad to open up deliberations, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pallavi. So first of all, Shauna and Hillary, great report. Again, this continues to be a really fascinating and dynamic and now changing issue, so well done. I'm in full support of accepting the communication plan. I really look forward to getting that out and in front of our community. And as for the contract, I'm honestly pretty conflicted. We haven't gone through the budget process yet with Kim. I know she's got an update to that as part of our item 7.1. We have been talking about it on our conference calls for the last couple of weeks. We know our budget has been significantly impacted, our revenue stream with the town of Truckee. So as Jeff Lux teed this off and said, you know, we're not going to consider a bunch of new spending unless we feel it fits into these 5 categories or five cross points. This one does. But I also really see that we have an opportunity here to not even spend this $25,000. I think it's clear from our past polling and the strong numbers that we had there that we would be able to pass a general tax for that we could specify is primarily for affordable housing. I think the community knows we are really committed to solving this housing crisis. We're about to consider supporting the Mountain Housing Council for another 3 years. We've hired a full-time housing coordinator. We've spent millions of dollars supporting affordable housing in our community. And so we're committed to this. We're going to do this. And I just think it's clear to me that having that flexibility in a revenue source is absolutely what we need right now for our community. And this is our opportunity to do that. So while I'm curious to see what the polling is, and I would love to have some of those results, I personally don't feel it's really that necessary. I think we should move forward with a general tax and focus on housing as much as we possibly can, but also recover our community from this crisis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Klostad. Councilmember Commendatore.
Okay, well, I guess we'll start with a couple things. My limited experience in polling back in college, I did a lot of surveys and a lot of things. And one thing about polling and statistics, you can kind of get the answers you want if you really set it up correctly. And it can also get you something you don't want if you don't set it up correctly. And I'm struggling with fact that right now, the idea of going through a polling process is one, we're not going to get any answer that's going to be accurate. I just don't see how it's going to be. There's too much unknowns, not just now, not just in May, but even in June. There's going to be a long drag on the recovery at some level, particularly for a couple things. One, travel. We don't know what that will look like. And that's what the key part of this whole thing is so getting people to travel back up here. If there's an economic aspect, there's going to be an uncertainty of spending money. So adding an additional tax on top of what they're already going to be charged to stay in a hotel or an Airbnb or whatever they're staying in. Just right now, just does not feel like the right time. It sent to me, this feels like it sends the message is not correct for our community. With that said, I do understand going through the process, setting ourselves up that we can always pull the plug on it at any time. So that's where I'm kind of conflicted because I want to give ourselves opportunity because you know what, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in 2 weeks from now, we hit May and suddenly we've turned a corner and things are feeling pretty good. But from the bigger picture, I guess I'm also, some other areas I'm struggling is that if anything, I think we've all learned is you never make big decisions like this during the middle of a crisis. It's just not good policy to make a big decision like this. It's one thing to make a decision based off of getting us through the actual crisis, but to make a decision with the information that we have now or the feeling we have now just doesn't feel right to me. It's just that goes against everything I've ever learned, done. We've talked about it even in our own town council meetings in the past. I think one of the other things is I always go back to the same thing. This was brought to a committee. The committee gave us their thoughts and what they wanted to do. Granted, that was before COVID-19. But if something changed, like COVID-19 has changed our society, then it should go back to a committee in reality. And we need to honor our committees if we're going to ask people to spend their time and do it. And it was a very significant group of people who were involved and helped directing what this might look like. And I don't want to just blow that off either. I realize things have changed, but we have to respect and honor our committees. Otherwise, no one's going to raise their hand at all because if we don't listen to them, there's no reason for them to spend their own precious time. The last thing is just the whole general idea of adding an additional tax, kind of my previous part of that thing of what the future holds. We're going to want those hotels and those Airbnbs, the tourism side of our economy to come back as fast as possible because it is a very important part of our economy. And putting more on them, even for the next year, might be the most we could. I mean, it might be too much. It might be put them over the top. And the goal should be finding ways to make it as easy as possible to bring them back. I think everybody knows my feeling about special tax versus general tax. Since this is my moment, I'm going to say a couple of things on that. The committee was very clear. They're supporting a special tax. I have said that if the special tax is, if it's for something that's specific and we have a tax, we know that it's there, we create a tax such as a special tax and have it enforced and collect money for it. If the need goes away or things change, then the tax isn't needed. It shouldn't just be something that we just create a general tax and just whatever money is needed at any time, we can move it around. That's not what it's for. We already have a 10% TOT tax that does that. We already have property taxes that do that and other methods of income that we get. So we need to be having a balanced budget and have reserves and adjust to the need there is, not just have more taxes to create more revenue for the town to spend more money on things that obviously I think we all agree this is a crisis and going to be impactful. But again, I'll go back to that very first thing. This is not the time to make big decisions off of emotion. So I think that's pretty much, I still feel the same as I did last meeting. And as far as doing the polling, I'm kind of struggling with that one. I feel like it's still not the right time. However, I see the benefit for moving forward to give us the opportunity to get more information down the road here before June 30th. So that's kind of where I stand.
Okay, thank you. I was going to bring it back to you to answer the question of if you supported the polling or not, but it sounds like you are tentatively supporting additional polling.
That'd be correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Tierman?
Yeah, under normal times, circumstances, I would absolutely support moving forward with polling. A month ago, a little over a month ago, when we had our council meeting on March 10th, our world at that time looked quite a bit different than it does now. On March 10th, we didn't have any cases of coronavirus reported in Truckee. Here we are a month later. Things have changed drastically. And one of my concerns about polling during a time of crisis is the high potential for skewed results. I asked the question earlier about what do we know of our employment picture in our community. We don't know a lot yet. And the chief used a very good analogy about the health crisis. He likened it to a marathon. We're at mile 15 in terms of the public health crisis marathon. I think we're at mile 2 or 3, 4 in terms of the economic impact and understanding the depth of the impacts that the shutdown is going to have on our community of Truckee. It's having a huge effect, nationwide. We're seeing already, cars lining up back east for food banks and those kinds of things. So I think we're only at the tip of the iceberg in terms of understanding the depth of the impact here in Truckee. So I think it would be a wrong time to be polling about a special tax. The other consideration is that one of the hardest hit industries in our community, and we have a very much a tourism-driven economy. We have other segments in our economy, of course, but tourism is a big driver here. And one of the biggest, hardest hit segments of our community is our lodging community, our hotels. We have, I recall from the last meeting, 13 or so. We know we've got hundreds and hundreds of STRs. Their revenue has come to a complete halt, a screeching halt for the last month at least, and very likely to continue through May. I think there's going to be a ripple effect throughout our economy, and same thing with our retail establishments. Things have come to a complete halt. So I just feel it doesn't feel like the right time to be thinking about polling. And I'll go one step further, and I know the tax itself, special general is not really the agenda topic right now, but there's a connection here, and I think it's important to make that connection. I just, if we can't do the polling or don't go forward with that on a special tax, again, thinking about the ripple effect on our economy, I don't see, it just doesn't feel right to me to be thinking about levying an additional tax on one of the hardest hit segments of our community, our lodging community. It just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. I think, I do take some comfort in one other consideration. Last week or a week and a half ago, we all got an update on what's in the pipeline in terms of our development pipeline in our community. And when you go through that list carefully, which I did, there are about a half a dozen projects which are all about housing. When you count up the numbers, there are about 200 housing units being proposed in the pipeline for Truckee right now. And if this is really all about trying to get more housing built, then I think we already have an opportunity to focus on what we have in the pipeline. Yes, some of them may have issues, problems, but I think we do have the opportunity to continue to promote and expand our range of housing, which is the original intent of this particular tax, or the idea of the tax. And we are being really careful with our own town budget right now. We're taking a major timeout to reassess the impacts. What are those impacts going to be on our revenue, on our basic public services? So I think in keeping with that same sort of mode of caution, I think we've got to do the same thing when we're thinking about imposing or levying a tax on a hard-hit industry. So, you know, again, I know we're not talking about the tax right now, and that we can still make a decision later. But if we can't do the polling, then I don't see how we think about pushing forward a tax. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I am very supportive of the communications plan for housing that was outlined here. I don't know if we're going to talk about that more separately, but I did want to endorse that. So that's all I have.
So David, to summarize, were you in support of this, the $25,000 amendment, the contract amendment?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You're not in support.
No, I'm too concerned about the potential for skewed results and the impacts, and yeah, so I'm not in favor of moving forward with that.
You're not in, so would that then lead to not being in favor of moving forward with the ballot measure, or just letting things be and waiting till we get to June and making a decision in June with the same information we already have?
Yeah, I'm willing to wait to June and see where things are at. We could revisit the issue at that time, but you know, for me, the polling and understanding the temperature of the community in terms of a special tax was important. But my inclination is, if we can't do that, I'm not sure going forward with a tax initiative or a ballot measure this year is going to be the right thing.
And so the information that Charles gave us didn't matter to you, because I think what I heard from Charles was they're getting an increasing amount of participation in their polling.
Well, no, I understand that. I think a lot of people are home. They've got time. They're on the internet all day now. So I can understand how there might be an increase in participation. But again, I think with what's happening around us, the impact on our economy, I question, you know, the temperature of the results we're going to get. Are they going to be skewed?
I gotcha.
Because of what's happening. And I think that there's a high probability that they would be. If we've got upwards of, you know, potentially 20% unemployment in Truckee, I mean, I know that was a flash vote. There's nothing official about it, but that's very concerning. And, you know, hopefully that changes. We get back, we come out of our economic coma as a nation, but I think there's going to be some pretty significant ripple effects for a while.
I have a question for staff. If we were successful, if we did move forward with a tax measure, we were successful in November, two big ifs, we get to determine when we implement this increase, don't we? We can determine it to be at a certain time or after a certain period of time.
Yes, I believe that we can state when it will go into effect. And Andy, correct me if I'm incorrect on that.
No, only popped in to say that's right. On the ballot.
Okay, so we could set up some sort of threshold, whether it's a percent occupancy or meeting a previous target from transient occupancy tax revenue, showing signs and indicators showing that our economy and our tourism has recovered, correct?
That could be done, but we'd have to make sure that we give the lodging community a fair bit of advance notice if we were going to do it. It wouldn't work to simply say, it looks like the numbers we got back last week show that we've hit the threshold, so next week need you to start charging. We need to give them a little lead time.
We can figure it, I'm sure. Okay, thank you.
And maybe just to follow up on that, Andy, am I still echoing? No?
Yeah.
Okay, better. Thank you. So there doesn't have to be a date on the actual ballot measure?
No, there does, but the way that you'd word it is, we'd have the authority to start charging at any time, but the council could simply decide not to exercise that authority until and unless some condition that you come up with is met. So yeah, the ballot measure that goes to the voters would say, starting on whatever date, shall a tax be imposed, but the council then takes a separate action after it's been approved to delay implementation. Never seen that done, but I think we could do it.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to give a couple of comments, and then if we need to go back around, we can see where we land on all of this. One is we don't have to decide on a ballot measure. We're either going to do more polling right now or not, and we're either going to change the focus to be general versus special, or we're not. So, just a couple of quick things. I was going to save one of these, and I can go into a little bit more detail when I give my council reports. But in talking with the TBID specifically, they're actually going to be giving them, they're working on a program that distributes some of their overage, some of their reserves back out to their payees. So they're basically going to be propping themselves back up for however you want to look at that. And I can go into more detail on that later. Why I bring that up is just simply, I get it. I agree with everything that's already been said. I think that from a line item perspective, it's a line item on a bill. It doesn't encumber the lodging properties any more or less. It's a tax that they add on to their base rate. So I don't believe that it will either hinder nor help whatever tax rate is being assessed at a transit occupancy tax level, the amount of business they do or don't get. So I do want to be clear about that. There's also sort of one other thing, and this has come up a couple of times, and it came up a lot in the COVID discussion, which is very simply, there's just been so much talk about the impacts of short-term rentals, or about the impacts of our visitor population, and how tourism has manifested itself as an economic driver in Truckee. And to me, this type of ballot measure is still a no-brainer to continue forward with, based on so much of what's happened actually in the last 30 days. I too agree with all of everything that's been said, that we have no idea what the economic fallout's going to be for our community, but it can only behoove us to be flexible and to be able to work with different types of funding mechanisms to address very specific problems that we're seeing. And I think our fiscal, as I've mentioned before, our fiscal responsibility has in the past and always will remain strong. And it's also, part of the reason why when we get to Kim's report, the short term is definitely bad, but the silver lining, as we'd like to say in all of our conversations, is it's a great thing that we've put away the reserves and that we've planned for situations just like this throughout the history of our community. And I would only expect that to continue. Where I personally land on the 3 or 2.5 questions before us is I support moving forward with additional polling. I certainly support the housing program communication that was sent to a housing program communications plan that was sent to us. I personally would rather see some polling more focused on a general ballot measure, specifically for housing, open space, and emergency management and preparedness. I think that is going to be a sweet spot after we get through all of this. And that would generally be where I land. It sounds like we have, and we might have to go through everybody one more time. It sounds like Anna is on board with basically what I said, although she said it differently. But we have a similar point here. Tony was a yes to proceeding with the additional polling, but not straying from the special. And David was not in favor of any additional polling, which leads me back to either David, to if you have anything else you'd like to add. It sounds like we have support for the polling, so I guess my question.
I'm not sure that's not what I said. I said I was torn.
You okay?
And yeah. So
okay. So I guess a 2-2 doesn't get us anywhere. Just to be clear, okay. And a 2-2, what it might get us, and maybe it doesn't get us. It doesn't get us anywhere. I agree. It does. It kills at least item number 1, and it pushes all of this out to June without having any more information, which I don't feel is going to be our best chance at anything, because we're just going to come back in June and have the same conversations over and over again and continue to spin. So I would say, if we're focused, and I still 100% believe we should be focused on this revenue measure in November, because I think turnout will be high, because I think it is a transit occupancy tax, and because I think it has the opportunity to impact our revenues. Granted, there are short-term hiccups, and there always will be in the tourism industry, but it's about a long-term investment. Personally, I don't believe all of this work, as you mentioned, Tony, whether it was the committees and everything that's gone to this point, I think I wouldn't feel right killing it right now, and we certainly don't have to kill it, but it would seem to me that it would be set up for a challenging decision come June. So I guess that's where I was going back to both David and Tony first. Maybe David first, and then we'll hear from you, Tony. If either of you have either changed your mind on supporting the polling, and or at the very least, if you don't support the polling, are you aligned with changing to general or sticking to special? And I guess maybe that's a question for David first, and then we can bring it back to Tony.
Yeah, so the polling again was tied to the notion of going forward with a special tax, which was the recommendation of the committee that met over the course of 3 months. So I don't feel that the time is right to do polling on a special tax, just based on what's happening around us and not having a complete understanding of the economic impacts yet on our community. So it just, again, don't think this is a good time to be doing polling. That then leads to the tax question. Leaving it open for consideration of a general tax in June, knowing that we don't have any new data. My inclination, to be honest, is to shelve the whole idea of a tax, of a supplemental tax this year. Again, we've got a lot of housing in our pipeline. We can come back and revisit a special tax or whatever if it becomes a general tax at another point in time in the future. I don't think there's anything sacred about trying to get it this year, other than the fact that it's a general election. But we've managed for 27 years as a town without a special tax to be funding seed money for generating and creating new housing, trying to help incentivize new housing. Again, we've got a lot of housing in our pipeline. Let's focus on that right now. Get that going, and then come back at a later date and visit the tax issue. I may not be in the same position at that time, but that's the way it goes. But that's my feeling about it right now. I just it doesn't feel like the right time to be thinking about tax until we have a better understanding of where all of this is going to settle.
Great. Tony, did you want to add anything, or would you?
Well, I'll clarify maybe as I've listened to the three of you. I guess I'm still pretty. I still feel that it's not probably the right time to do polling. I just don't think the polling's going to be accurate. I know what Charles said, and yeah, participation goes up, but there's a feeling and an unease that's going through households net right now, and you're asking them to make decisions or look into the future about something, and they're just trying to figure out how to live and get through and pay their mortgage or rent or get some food on the table. So I just don't think people are going to be right frame of mind. So as I kind of I think I'm a little more clear. I think I would say I'd probably not do the polling. I don't think it's the right time, and also in a sense of just something that doesn't need to be out there right now. It doesn't help. It has no value at the moment in the psyche of our community. If you guys, from your points, are correct, and that the world ends up coming back around, and that the tourism industry comes back and it has its ups and downs, then the information that we already had for the polling, although maybe not exactly accurate, will still be pretty close to the same on the back end of this, if what you're saying is right. So we can always use that if everything went back to normal. I don't think, though, that this is just a tax on other people. This is about drawing people in to our community to, yes, stay at our hotels, but more importantly, to eat at our restaurants, to use our services in town that are a much larger number of businesses that are affected by this TOT tax, not just those who are providing lodging. That's a small group, but it affects a large number of people. And that ripple effect will be felt at some level. And maybe eventually we'll get through this and it won't be, just back there a few months ago. Probably not, probably more into maybe next spring or something. But I don't know that I feel as comfortable adding a tax. I will say that I am okay with the idea of addressing, do we go forward or not with a tax next meeting or in May, even in June. Closer to June, the better. I think we'll have more information to make better decisions. Irregardless of whether we polling or not, I'm still open to the idea of moving forward with some sort of ballot measure.
Great. Well, it sounds like, since there are four of us, I think what we're going to have to do, Vice Mayor Klostad, did you want to add anything else before maybe we ask for a motion on any of these items?
No, it sounds that perhaps we should consider tabling this for not the next council meeting, but the following one, when we know Councilmember Abrams can join us, and we can probably make a decision one way or another on that.
That's a great suggestion, and potentially one that I was also going to suggest as well, if everybody would entertain that. So
yes, I would entertain that, and I would say even the 28th might be viable. It's only 2 weeks, but we might have a lot more information in 2 weeks that we don't have today.
Great. So maybe Tony or maybe Vice Mayor Klostad, how about let's take each of these items, the two items, independently. So Vice Mayor Klostad, would you like to make a motion on item number 1?
Yeah, I'd move that we table it for 2 weeks to a month and bring it back after we have a little bit more information about our potential recovery plan.
And I'll second it.
And Judy, roll call, please.
I was going to ask a question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Just a clarifying question about that. So we're talking about tabling the decision on polling. Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, so
basically we're at 2-2.
Okay.
From what I just heard.
I understand that. I just want to think that through for a quick second here. If we table it for 2 weeks, we're talking about April 28th. Is that what we're talking about? Okay. All right. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the table from Vice Mayor Klostad. Did we have a second?
Well, and I would say let's let staff make the determination for when the best time to bring it back to us is, based on how long it will take them to develop the poll and conduct the poll and provide a report to us so that we don't box ourselves into a corner and not have that information available by our deadline to make a decision on the tax measure. Okay.
So I'll second that we delay it.
Okay.
Mayor,
that
you
would-
have a second from
Oh, we did.
Councilmember Commendatory to table, yes.
Great. So then roll call, please, Judy, on item number 1 to table the contract amendment until either our April 28th meeting or first meeting in May.
Vice Mayor Klovstad,
Aye.
Councilmember Commendatory,
Aye.
Councilmember Tierman,
Yes.
Mayor Polity.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then Vice Mayor Klofstad, how about a motion on item number 2?
I move that we accept the housing program communications plan and go forth, make it happen.
I'll second.
And roll call, Judy.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Klofstad,
Aye.
Councilmember Commendatory,
Aye.
Councilmember Tierman,
Aye.
Mayor Polity.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. That took a little bit longer than we expected, but thank you very much, everybody. And thanks to Charles if he's potentially still on or not. But apparently we'll be hearing back from him again, and we'll make sure we have an efficient decision at our next council meeting when this comes back onto our agenda. With that, do we now need what time is it? It is 6:30. Would you like 5-minute break? Yes, I'm seeing some nodding heads for the restroom. So we are going to take a 5-minute break. We will reconvene at 6:30. We'll give you 6 minutes. 6:32. We will be back on here. So everybody, 6:32. Truckee at townoftruckee.com for any public comment on upcoming items. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Here, I think. Let me get TTC TV on.
Is Anna back? Anna, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay. Are we doing okay? Are we echoing still, or how's everything going?
I think the audio has improved greatly. So
Okay.
are we ready?
Yes.
We're on.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience during that quick restroom and water break. We're going to go back to 7.1 right now, which is the COVID-19 response update. And I believe it is Jeff's turn. So 7.1, take it away, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the lateness of the hour, I'll be fairly brief. Turn it over to Kim. I did want to just make a couple comments, though, because general town government kind of stuff involving COVID-19 has generally not been in the forefront, with the chief of police being kind of, and his team being our spokesperson. And I thought it would be good just to remind people of some of the things going on. And the first thing I'd like to do is just express a very deep appreciation, both as town manager, but also just from our staff, in terms of the good work that our residents, our business, and even our visitors are doing in terms of exactly what we have been trying to do, which is to try to flatten this curve, stay home, stay in place. It's been impressive. It seems to be working. Fingers are crossed. But I will caution us, as others have already this evening, that we've really got to keep it up. We got to keep the social distancing pedal to the metal for a while, and see how things go and how the data shake out. With that said, I'd like to refer people to a letter that I put together. I think it was April 9th, which listed out a whole batch of things that the town's been doing. Some of them small, some of them internal, some of them external, many of them not so small. Trying to help in this overall COVID response. And so I won't reiterate any of those. They're all in there. I would refer people to that and hope they would take a peek at it. I will say, though, that while the public and the community tends to see external communications, things on the website, social media posts, videos, there's been an incredible amount of internal and regional communication going on. And I don't know that our council members have taken full credit for how much time they're all spending, but just to let the community know, we're having 2 council calls every week, Monday and Friday, in kind of update calls. We're having 2 department head calls every week, Monday and Thursday. We're having 1 call with Nevada County every week, and usually 2 or 3 others. And this isn't, when I say we, it isn't staff, it's often council members, it's always EOC staff, and it's various department heads. We're having a call with Placer County and countless other ones. So there's a lot of information being shared, and that's part of our main job here, given that we're not healthcare providers. And one piece of new information in that regard is we are trying to put together a call with all of the recreation, park, and open space entities around our area. With the weather warming up and things looking real good out there, we're worried that that's just one more incentive for people to come and gather in those outdoor places. So Rec and Park, the state parks, the land trust, and others, we're going to try to work out some communication strategy there to really get to thinking about how we're going to handle those issues, if not literally today, in the next couple of weeks. Number of other things that the town has done, but I won't go into them given the time that we've got here. Please take a look at that letter. The one I will highlight, I think, is just a great one, and it was early on in the process, right after declaring the emergency. We worked with Rec and Park to open up the Vets Memorial Center. We do the cleaning, the maintaining of it. They open up the facility to our homeless population from 10 to 2 during all the weekdays. And during that colder weather spell in the beginning of this crisis, it gave people a really important place to be, and apparently was extremely successful working with Nevada County Public Health or Nevada County Human Services, and also the shelter providers in the church. So kudos to all of those. That very important to a group of our community. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to Kim. She's got some very explicit kind of budget advice for us. And then we do have a couple of responses on 7-1 when we get back to public comment that have come in.
Hi, council members. Thank you for your time this evening. I also will try to be as quick as possible. But I do have a couple of different items to discuss. One is the budget. I did want to give a short update on our short-term rental activity, since that seems to have been a community interest. And then the agenda item actually includes the Town of Truckee Coronavirus Response Act leave policy that we created and that we are asking you to ratify this evening. So first, on the budget, I mentioned in our last council meeting and subsequently provided the council with a document recommending a couple of changes in the fiscal operations of the town. The first change is that we are looking at everything we spend under the lens that Jeff described earlier, to make sure that we actually need to spend the money right now, because we are concerned in the short and longer term about what the town revenues will look like. We are not going to, if we happen to have any positions unfilled other than public safety, we won't fill those positions. We're looking at, under our employment contracts, having no pay for performance pool, things like that. But the biggest change we're proposing right now is that we prepare simply a status quo operating budget to bring to you in May and finalize in June for the summer months, without all of the long-term planning that we usually do in our budget process. And the reason for that is because of the uncertainty related to our revenue sources. And I've detailed that for you. As you know, our main revenue sources are property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. And while our property tax for this year has already been determined for the most part by the county assessor, the other two taxes obviously were immediately impacted with essentially the shutdown of both the lodging operations and pretty much many other retail operations within the community. So we're expecting, based on that, a significant decline for the period of mid-March through some unknown time in the summer. And so what we're hoping, by putting off the budgeting process and making decisions about both operational levels and capital projects, that we have more information when we prepare an annual budget, which we're proposing now to do in the August timeframe. Just as an aside on sales tax, I should have more information for you. I'm meeting with HDL next Monday. That's our sales tax consultant, and I'm hoping I will have a better guess on those numbers the next meeting. And I hopefully will be able to update you on that. The other big thing that we're looking at, that I included in my memorandum to you all, is CalPERS, our retirement system, is dependent on the market for one of the three legs of the stool that support the benefits, the retirement benefits for public agencies, and the other legs of the stool being the employees' contributions and the employers' contributions. And obviously CalPERS is going to suffer some significant losses this year. And that means that in 22, 23, and thereafter, there'll be significant increases in those costs for all public agencies. So we're thinking about those impacts also. So that's the main idea, that we're asking to modify our budget process, really moderate any expenditures that aren't absolutely necessary, not add big capital projects that don't either have completely outside funding, um, or there's some critical need, finish out the projects that we're working on now. And the biggest one of those, of course, is the courtyard. We're not suggesting that we don't complete that project this summer. So that's a big modification. Some additional information on sales tax. Even after I prepared the memorandum for you all, the governor and the state sales tax board made some changes to how businesses who collect and remit sales tax are required to do that. There were two things that happened. One was an executive order by the governor, which allows any small business who pays $1 million or less in sales tax to delay their payments that were due for this quarter that ended March 31st, delay those payments till July 31. Our estimate is that affects about 95% of the businesses in Truckee. And for just the town's portion of that sales tax would be about $600,000. So that $600,000, the small businesses have the opportunity to keep that cash on hand to help them bridge through till July 31. But conversely, from this town standpoint, that $600,000 delayed revenue that we had counted on. And then secondarily, the taxing board in the state is also made a rule that any small business with sales of $5 million or less during the year may also delay up to 1 year remitting their sales taxes, up to a maximum of $50,000 per business. And so that will have another significant effect. We think in the $500,000 range, maybe more, for local businesses to again hold on to that cash for up to 12 months. If someone delays that 50,000, they have to pay it back in equal increments over the year. And again, that affects the town in that we then don't receive that sales tax. So not only is the town going to see a shrinkage, a finite shrinkage because of fewer sales, but we'll also see a shrinkage in helping the local businesses by allowing them to hang on to the cash for a longer period of time. So I've had a lot of questions. Gee, what's the town going to do for local businesses? Well, we're looking at maybe a $750,000 or more opportunity where the town is giving up revenues to allow small businesses to hold on to that cash if they decide that would help them through that period of time. So that's the update on revenues, sales tax, and the budget. One piece of good news on the budget is we had estimated or budgeted to have between $6 and $8 million of cash available, undesignated fund balance at June 30. We have really kind of refined that. We think we'll actually be closer to the $10 million range. So that's a little more of a cushion than we thought we would have. So that's all the information I have on the budget. I can go on to short-term rentals really quickly, and then the personnel item is, if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, and then if anyone has questions. Short-term rentals, just as a perspective, we generally have about 1,750 short-term rentals in town. We communicated out, I think, pretty successfully, had a very high open rate when we let folks know that short-term rentals, as well as hotel operations other than for critical services, needed to cease. We did let everyone know if they wanted to let us know that someone wasn't following the rules, to please report it to TOT at Truckee.com, at townoftruckee.com. We also used host compliance to scrape our data to see if anyone was actually renting that we could identify. We did have 35 unique properties reported. We have between Caitlin Safford, our code compliance officer, and Angela Martin, who works with STRs in the Administrative Services Division, contacted every one of those 35 reported properties. We found only one that was actually violating the rules. many of them were second home, they're the home owners that were in the property. Caitlin is doing drive-bys and posting notices on every single house that we weren't able to communicate with. Then also through our host compliance scrape, we found 27 other properties and have been able to communicate with them too. So those are relatively small numbers given the 1,700 properties that are registered. We know there are still properties that have open calendars. A lot of the responses that we're getting is that they're just saying no, and they're also leaving their calendar open in case there are folks who want to, or who are critical workers that need a place to stay. So we have been actively working on that. Moving on to the personnel item, obviously we've been super busy in human resources altogether, trying to support our employees, trying to transition everyone to online working, there's just a myriad of issues out there. We internally as staff recognize that there may be folks who couldn't work remotely and couldn't come to work, maybe because of childcare issues, they were sick, they had a sick spouse or whatever. So we immediately created an emergency leave bank of 80 hours for folks to use. And shortly after we did that, HR Bill 6201 was passed by the federal government and signed by the president, which required a whole different set of leave rules to be established. The Department of Labor interpreted that legislation and it was required to be implemented by April 1st. So we created the policy that you all have received, and this is a working document in that between when we first gave it to you for this agenda and Friday, the Department of Labor gave us some additional interpretations, and so we had to make some changes to this document, and Judy distributed that to you and publicly. So we're asking you to actually ratify something that we already had to put into place because of the federal requirements on the timing. And I will note that it is very possible that we will need to make ad hoc changes again and have to bring it back for ratification to you all just based on the Department of Labor instructions that we receive. So I'd be happy to take questions on that, the budget, the short-term rentals, or anything else I can help with.
Thank you so much, Kim. We appreciate that. Does anybody, Jeff, did you want to say something or no?
No, just here for questions.
Got it. Okay. We'll go in the same order we've been going in. So Vice Mayor Klostad, if you have any questions, go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, Kim, thank you so much. It was a lot of information too. I think it's really interesting how you're dissecting the different impacts of the sales taxes. And of course, I know this is all we're still trying to look at a crystal ball that doesn't really exist. So will this 3-month budget that we're proposing, do we still have opportunities to make adjustments to it? Or is this something that we're going to look at and we're going to say, this is what we're doing for the next 3 months and we'll talk in 3 months?
Both. So we will bring the initial budget, the initial 3-month budgets, excuse me, to you all at the end of May, ask for your ratification or approval of it in June. The only the only operation we won't be doing a 3-month budget for is solid waste, because we do need to set those rates, and so we need a whole year budget. So yes, will there be some opportunity to talk about the 3-month budget? Yes. However, we are going to ask the council to not ask staff to spend a whole lot of time on that 3-month budget so that we can focus our efforts on figuring out what we're going to do over the longer term.
Understood. thank you so much for your work on the short-term rental stuff. Those were very good statistics. I wrote them down because I have a lot of people emailing me, so I will share some of that information. And just to confirm, you really only found one that was actually operating in violation. All the rest were more than likely the homeowners, or they were doing some essential worker rentals. Is that the case?
That's the case. The other type of rental we have seen that I did not mention there are folks who are sheltering here because they can't go home because of a medical reason. Either there's someone in their home that's already infected. So I've seen maybe 3 of those cases. So we worked with the Nevada County Department of Health, and they have to get verification of that to provide to the short-term rental property manager if that's the case. So there are a few of those out there also.
And that makes sense. That would still fall in the category of allowed. So what about ski leases? I know those typically end around mid-April. Do you guys have any information or statistics on that?
We don't monitor ski leases because it's not 31 days or less than 31 days. Anecdotally, in the Placer County meeting that I attended, or actually it was Friday's meeting, David, that you participated in, we did hear from one of the property managers on the Tahoe side who does a lot of ski leases, saying it's kind of been a mixed bag with ski leases, as far as folks saying, okay, I'm done, I'm getting out, and other folks who are choosing to continue to visit their ski lease. But I really have nothing other than that anecdotal information.
Yeah, and again, all I have is anecdotal information, and there's those that just are stopped coming. There's those that are deciding to just stay here and not go back to their primary residence, and then of course there's those that are challenging all of us with their behavior by going back and forth, it sounds like. Yeah, and how that all impacts us. Again, we're looking at our revenue source, regardless of why they're here. If they are here legally, either it's their it's they own the property, or they're an essential service worker, or they're in quarantine, or somebody else in their family is in quarantine. All of those still will then produce and contribute to these other areas of revenue, the sales tax and the transit occupancy tax then. Well, not only transit occupancy tax if it's for those essential workers or something under 31 days, right?
Yes, it should.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Go ahead, Councilmember Commendatore.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Kim, for your reports. Kind of keep it pretty short. Kim, I know you and I talked a little bit, but you kind of mentioned it tonight regarding one way to look at the sales tax deferral as a way to help support businesses from the town, because we're not receiving the income, and they're able to maintain or withhold the monies to help them get through this. But has the town been hearing or seeing any town staff about what other communities are doing for other types of ways to support businesses? Whether I'll leave it open-ended. Any other methods that are being proposed by other towns of our size or style or types?
I've heard a variety of different considerations. I think you've even shared some with me, Tony. But and we've done some things like support food distribution in the community. We've talked about the rent opportunities, the rent subsidy opportunities with you all. So the ideas seem fairly consistent. So it's always a balancing for us. It's going to be a balancing act to have enough resources to operate the town and provide our basic required services like the police officers, the snow removal, the road maintenance, et cetera, while finding creative ways to support our communities coming back from this COVID crisis.
Kim, I'll add, I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Chief.
I'll add into that. I think we're taking a reasonable approach with businesses. We have some that stay open by appointment or only allow in one person at a time, or a liberal interpretation of some shops that might not look to be essential but have some limited food service. So, I mean, I think in general, we've tried to be very, very understanding of keeping shops functioning to some degree without tightening down the bolt to the point where you're either non-essential or essential. So although that seems like a small thing, I think that does help with the overall recovery and at least a limited, viability until we can turn this around.
Okay, and I think, and actually, I'll just go off a question off of that, Chief, which is probably more for, I don't know, maybe it's you, maybe it's Jeff. But I know obviously there's been a lot of questions about construction and what is essential and what's not. That was Placer County, one of our local associations believed that Placer County had eliminated construction. But from our standpoint, from the town standpoint, at this point, if it makes sense and they're operating using proper social distancing and using techniques to keep their work site as clean as possible, construction can still be considered a essential business. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I'm looking for Andy's screen to light up as well, but yeah, construction's essential. So until they come out with a public health directive that alters that, that's essential.
Yeah, unless and until the governor or Nevada County issues an order to the contrary, construction's still okay to continue. I did hear that there's some possibility the Nevada County might issue some kind of new order. I don't know what it's going to say. I don't know whether it would affect construction, but we may be getting some kind of update from the county at some point.
Thank you. Kim, just kind of going back to that first question I was asking you, and I don't, let's see, maybe not really need an answer, but just for something for us as town council members to be doing as we're going through this crisis, the budgeting and whatever else we need to be doing at the time being, to start presenting or finding ideas to, I guess I would ask for help on it. Other ideas to help other businesses, and we can be kind of creative. Doesn't necessarily mean to be money, but ways that you're hearing from maybe the financial side of ways to help stimulate the local economy as we exit this whole crisis. So you don't need to answer anything, but I would like to at least kind of have that conversation as we keep going forward, and you guys keep your ears open for neat kind of different ideas that might work for our community. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Passing it off to Councilmember Chairman.
Thank you. Kim, thank you for all the hard work and for the memo. You and I had a chance to catch up briefly last week by phone, so I appreciate that. Just two questions. You talked about having some new updated information on projections for sales, property tax, maybe TOT as well. What was the timing again on that? Is that between now and end of month that you might have better information?
So on sales tax, I should have information. I'm meeting with HDL on the 20th, so that's Monday. So by your next meeting, I hope to have a bit more clarity.
Okay.
Obviously, TOT will have the collection period is now. TOT is due to us May 1st, so that will give us some more information once we make it through that. Property tax is going to take a period of time. You know, we're hoping by the summertime we have some understanding of what's going on in the real estate market, and also the California cost of living. So the California CPI under Proposition 13, if it's not 2%, if it's somehow less than 2%, that affects the automatic 2% increase levied under Proposition 13. So that's the furthest out that we'll have that we would know about, that's going to be the one that's going to be the hardest to guess at. Um, we're hoping that, you know, by the summertime and we're fully back to being the town of Truckee, we'll know we only had a short-term impact. If we're not, on the other two, on transient and sales tax, if we're not, you know, we'll be guessing a little bit more. So
Yeah.
I thought about I might be able to give you guys some additional updates today, but it's just the information's just not there yet.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then one other thing that you mentioned earlier kind of caught my ear. You were talking about the undesignated fund balance, a significant jump in that up to 10 million or so versus prior projection.
My prior projection was 6 to 8, so 2 million increase. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And what accounts for that shift?
There's a myriad of things that accounts for that shift. So we started the year better than we had budgeted. So we ended 18-19 better than we had included in the budget. We have the $1.5 million that you all had projected to spend on the solar project at the Corp Yard that we didn't do. So that falls back into that. We didn't spend as much money on snow removal, go figure, as we had budgeted and as we've spent in other years. We had some vacancies in the police department that reduced our operating expenses there. So there was a myriad of things that allowed us to have a couple $1 million more start the year than we had anticipated.
Good. Okay. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Kim.
And just one question back to me, and thanks again to Kim and Jeff and Chief for the really thorough update. And I'm surprised I've never asked this question before. I forgot the answer. But Kim, what's our average monthly operating expenses?
Gosh, you'll make me do math there. So our annual operating expenses are in the $24 million range, so about $2 million a month.
$2 million a month is right. Great. And that was all. That was the only question I had. I just hadn't asked that. Great. So with that, if there aren't any, we have to open this up for public comment. My bad.
Yep.
Sorry. Those were our questions. So we are officially open for public comment. That is going to be Truckee at townoftruckee.com. We have already received a few, so I'm going to hand it over to Jeff to kick us off, and any other comments that come in, as long as they come in the next couple of minutes, we will be able to get them read online. So Truckee at townoftruckee.com, and take it away, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of them that came in earlier today or yesterday. One is fairly brief. It says, please do something to stop second homeowners and visitors from coming to Truckee on vacation every weekend. These people are violating the stay-at-home order and putting all locals at risk. That's one. And a second one was one that actually we heard a little bit about earlier, but I'll go ahead and read it. I was wondering if town and town council can discuss signs in the trails to encourage people to wear face coverings or masks while walking, running, and cycling on trails. We do not want our trails to be closed, but when we are on the trails, we notice very few people wearing masks. So wondering if you or the town think a few signs at the trailheads might be helpful to educate for social distancing, wearing masks to protect each other. Thanks for bringing this up to the town and the town council. And as I noted, there are 25 signs going up, almost done. They don't describe masks, they describe the social distancing part. So we've done part of what that particular commenter asked, but not mask signs. And those are the only two that I had ahead of time. I don't know, Judy, if you've picked up on a few others, or Dan, if you've seen any during the course of the conversation.
There haven't been any others that have come up on the mediums that I'm looking at.
Nor have they come up on mine.
Okay, thank you.
Great. With that, I'm going to close public comment on this item, and just want to reiterate the immense amount of support for all the department heads. Really, all of the town of Truckee staff has been going the extra mile working from home, trying to figure out how to make this all work. And, you know, it should be applauded. It should be taken notice of. Our building and planning department, they're processing applications still. Public Works, they're out there doing all of the amazing things that they do. Communications is right there, making sure everybody's on board. Our administrative services working every day, whether it's the Keep Truckee Green crew or the budget and finance crew, and the police department, of course, who has become our de facto communications team in addition to the existing communications team. So, you know, just a really big thanks to all the staff working at the town. With that, I'm not sure how much deliberation we have on this item. If anybody has something they'd like to bring up, please do. Otherwise, we do have some action that we do need to take. So maybe we'll just do a quick round. If I don't have any deliberation, if anybody else would like to say anything that's pertinent to this particular agenda item, go for it. And go ahead, Vice Mayor Klofstad.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pallavi. I do want to just point out, because we have had a couple public comments about this just in emails, not specific to this item, but people emailing me and asking questions about, you know, how can we support our community, and also bringing up some concerns and questions about town staff and public employees. And I just want to make the comment, one thing that we can do to help our community and our recovery is keep as many people employed as possible. And I think the school district is doing a phenomenal job of that. I think the town is too. I know other public agencies are trying to do that as well. So I want to just make note of the importance of that. That's keeping people employed. That's keeping people able to spend money in our community in the ways that we can still spend money, like supporting our fitness studios with virtual classes and our restaurants with takeout and so on. And it also importantly makes sure that those people continue their healthcare coverage. And I think that during this crisis is absolutely critical. So I want to commend all those public agencies for doing their duty and helping to keep our community healthy and viable. I also, you know, while we were sitting here, I went and looked up the Nevada County reporting website, and it looks like we have had 34 cases since April 7th. So that means we have had no new cases in Nevada County. And I think that's pretty significant. Now, that to me doesn't say that we're through this, but that's pretty encouraging. And so with that, I'm starting to feel like it would be okay to start planning for and thinking about recovery, you know, until we really see that trend continue. I think we're still looking at how to protect and keep ourselves safe. But I want to start looking forward to the recovery effort. And to that end, I think one way we can continue to do that, Tony, thank you for bringing up construction. I think one way we can continue to support our community and the people of our community and the businesses of our community is to potentially consider doing public works projects. I think we would be able to, again, keep people employed as long as we were maintaining proper distance and proper PPE. It is something that we could and should consider. And I also think that it would be a real opportunity to get some of these projects done or within our budgets. And that's it.
Thanks for your comments, Vice Mayor Klofstad. Councilmember Commendatore, anything to add?
I'll just add a little bit. First of all, I do also want to thank town staff for everything they've been doing. I have said a few times on the radio, I've said a few other times in public, a lot of things are happening that people aren't seeing, and it's taken a lot of effort, a lot of work. You're hearing a few people speak, but there's a lot of people turning the wheels and making things happen. And the dedication that they're putting into it is huge. with that said, I'm sure we're making mistakes because none of us have done this before. We're figuring it out as we go along. But there has to be a little bit of understanding by everybody in the public, and calm is a big part of any kind of crisis, any kind of emergency. And when it's something this scale, remaining calm, taking care of what you can control and doing what you can do is really important. Don't vilify people. We, as a town council, all of us are getting hit up by emails about somebody else doing something wrong. People need to take personal responsibility, absolutely. But creating a society that's about vilifying your neighbor is not the kind of place that I think any of us want to live in. So just because somebody doesn't have a mask on and they're walking down the street or something like that, it's all about context and where it makes sense. Seeing parties, large groups of people gathering, that might be an issue. But seeing someone walk along the street without a mask on is probably not an issue. So use common sense, good judgment, and let's take care of our neighbors. Let's take care of our community. Let's take care of our friends, and not vilify them. And that would also go with the businesses. I mean, contractors are part of our business. And there's a lot of other essential businesses right now that are doing a lot of work. Our frontline people, such as people in the grocery stores, they're doing the best they can. Small businesses are doing the best they can to protect their employees. And it doesn't mean they can't do better, but let's be careful who we vilify and who we are throwing under the bus during this time. So I would just say, please everyone, remain calm. Things are going the right path. I asked that question to the chief on purpose about what are we seeing. I think Anna mentioned it a little bit as well. The numbers are working in our favor. That means we're doing the right things, which means more does not always the right answer. Sometimes doing exactly what we're doing is right, and let's just keep the path and keep moving. We need to adjust, we adjust as we have to. So that's my little soapbox, Mayor.
Nice job. Councilmember Tierman.
Yeah, I really don't have too much more to add. I think my two colleagues expressed it very well. Times like this test us as individuals, test our businesses, and certainly put our government to test. And I think all things considered, the heightened level of collaboration we're seeing across the board with our town government and other agencies in our community and the counties has been, absolutely inspiring. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and again say thank you to all the hard work on the part of everyone at the town of Truckee and elsewhere in our community for helping guide us through this unusual and unexpected time. So.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I think sentiment has been echoed numerous times, and I just really encourage everybody. Some of those comments, again, are answered in a few of the communications and videos that you can find on townoftruckee.com, so go and check them out. With that, I am going to, I think we're done with 7.1, so we're going to move on to...
We need a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, you need a motion, yes. Vice Mayor Klofstad, will you give us a motion on item 7.1?
Yeah, so do we need a motion to include all three of these things?
No, just the ratification, right?
Yeah, the motion is to ratify the policy.
Right. So I move that we ratify Town of Truckee Coronavirus Response Act leave policy.
I'll second it.
And Judy, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Klofstad?
Aye.
Councilmember Commendatore?
Aye.
Councilmember Tierman?
Aye.
Mayor Polity?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. And we now will move on to item 7.3, which is an update on the Aquatic Invasive Species Program, and probably Chief Leftwich and Devery, or...
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it is, and it's mainly Devery with a PowerPoint, but luck would have it, she ran right into technical problems right as we were switching over to that item. So she's on the phone with Kimberly trying to sort through that.
Okay.
And I don't want to jump in because I don't have that PowerPoint with me. So maybe either move to the next one or we can hold for just a bit and take a break, whatever you prefer.
I saw Kimberly going in there. Jeff, you're probably queued up fine for Mountain. Do you have any slides for Mountain Housing Council?
We do. Shauna's going to have a few, but actually I had a couple comments on AIS. It looked like Kimberly was getting pretty close, so
yeah,
maybe
Go
ahead. My job on these items that are business items seems to be the COVID lens tee-up comment. And just a quick one on this one. This is an item that is not necessarily time critical, although because we've got a voting season upon us, it's becoming time critical. But it's one that's been with us a long time. It's a business item that's very much weighing on our police staff at a time when it's a challenging thing for them to do. So we're hoping we can kind of get a decision on this one and be able to move forward. That's one of the reasons in front of you. The other reason is that it's just simply time to do so. It's spring and we're at voting season. People need to know what we're going to be doing. And in this case, we've spent, the better part of 2 years trying to negotiate and resolve this in a different way than what we're going to end up recommending to you. But the recommendation is what it is. And I think, Chief, do we have Dev up or are we still?
I haven't seen it yet, but I want to make sure I kind of double down on that too. I think a critical component, we recognize the importance of the AAS program and Donner Lake. We would never do anything intentionally we thought was going to put Donner Lake at severe risk. And I think that one of the things that's concerned me about bringing this to you at this time, particularly the financial aspect, is the idea or maybe the perception that we're only making these decisions and offering these options based on COVID. And that's not necessarily the case. We would be coming to you with these options and have planned on coming to you with these options well before this pandemic started. And the option that will be recommended tonight is where we had landed before this, as Jeff had kind of alluded to. So I don't want council to feel as though this is something purely related to the finances around COVID. It was an independent decision. It's just with regards to some of the costs affiliated with the program, COVID's made it a little bit easier to make that determination. So that's my 2 cents on that. I think we'll check with Kimberly and Deb real quick, make sure they're up and running, and maybe we can transition into that. Not yet.
Yeah, it's not looking like it. So perhaps we postpone to 7.4.
Yep, and Shauna said she was ready to go. So
great.
We are going to now officially postpone item 7.3. And we're going to move to 7.4. Just a quick note, as we start 7.4, and I apologize, I should have done this for 7.3, but we're just going to open public comment at the beginning of this agenda item for 7.4. So it's open, Truckee at townoftruckee.com if you have anything to say. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Shauna now. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just waiting for Shauna to pick up on what I'm laying down here. Oh, there you are. Good.
Hi, Dave. I'm just making sure my video's.
There you go.
Okay.
We see you.
How's the volume?
You're great.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Jeff, were you going to kick this off?
Nope.
Shauna, why don't you just go ahead? They've heard enough teeing up of me tonight.
Okay. So good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you to all of the public listening in. I hope you're all well. So I'm going to give, we have 30 minutes for this agenda item. I'm going to give a brief overview of what was in your staff report that was much longer. So I have about 12 slides before you. I'll try to get through these in about 10 minutes to allow time for questions. So Kimberly, I'm just assuming that you want me to share my slide deck or is someone going to put my, yes, Judy?
I'm going to share your PowerPoint and then give you control. Please stand by.
we'll just give a big shout out to Kimberly English on the back end here while she's getting us dialed. Big thanks to Kimberly and the IT department at the town. You're doing a great job. Don't let anything I'm saying now distract you.
So I can go ahead and start.
Go ahead.
First slide is this topic item is 7.4. It is the ask to council to renew Mountain Housing Council participation. So I'm going to go through several slides, and the recommendation from staff is that the town of Truckee renew for 3 years at a total of $165,000 that would be pulled from the general plan designation for housing, the $2 million that was allocated last year for that. There was a mistake on the slide, not in the staff report, that the amount is 55 per year, and it would start in May of 2020, and pending the final scope that the community foundation.
Shauna, can you speak a little bit more clearly into your microphone? You're kind of going in and out, and it's hard to hear you.
Yep. How's that?
That's perfect.
Okay. Still waiting for, oh, I can take control. Hold on one second. I'm still not seeing the PowerPoint.
How about I might suggest maybe we will take a 3-minute break right now if anybody needs to use the restroom or take a break, and we'll use that 3 minutes to get all the technology figured out for everybody. If we need a few more, that's fine, but let's take a 3-minute break right now. It's 7:24. We'll get back together 7:27-ish and allow everybody just a quick minute or two to do whatever they need to do. Okay? Thanks. Okay, we're still at break, so just give it a minute or two.
Looks like we're keyed up.
Can you see that PowerPoint?
Yes.
Shauna, you can see the PowerPoint. So when I give you control, you just use the right and left arrows on your keypad to control the PowerPoint like you
Okay. Judy, whenever you're ready to get us back going, go for it. Can't actually see you, Judy, so just tell me when you're ready.
Yes, we're ready. Go ahead.
You are ready. Okay, so to bring everybody in streaming land back up to date, we have skipped item 7.3. We're going to come back to it in just a few moments after we get through 7.4, and I am going to hand it over to our housing program manager, Shauna Doherty, on item 7.4, which is a renewal of Mountain Housing Council 2.0, along with an annual budgetary commitment. So, Shauna, take it away.
Okay. So once again, good evening, council and mayor. I am presenting on 7.4, and I just wanted to start off. I started off with. Okay. There we go. The staff recommendation, which is what I spoke to early, which is the $165,000 of general fund housing designation for Mountain Housing Council for the next 3 years. Before I get going, I wanted to speak a little bit to a paragraph that is in the staff report, because I think it's always important to set the context of long-term planning, which this is speaking to in the context of COVID. So staff recognizes that in the midst of immediate COVID priorities, long-range planning and policy making seems distant and abstract. But this is not the time to ignore the longer-term future and the very real needs that will surface as we recover from this crisis. The Mountain Housing Council requests proposal before Town Council is a commitment to the belief that together as a region, we are stronger and better prepared to address community needs. The town has prioritized and has had success in providing workforce and affordable housing for the community over the life of the town, and in particular, the past 3 to 5 years. While the town could have done it alone, there's no question that the regional coalition and policy efforts of Mountain Housing Council the past 3 years has been instrumental in accelerating the town's results and setting the stage for town actions. By engaging regional partners to set policy priorities, develop robust and accessible research findings, and offer a platform for the exchange of ideas, Mountain Housing Council has magnified the town's workforce and achievable housing results in the past 3 years. So a little bit of background. I think everyone's familiar with this, but for those who are listening, town was engaged with the regional housing needs assessment that was done in 2016, which identified not only the needs in our region that said that we were thousands of units short, but it also identified the need for a regional collaboration in order to move the housing agenda forward. With that, in 2017, Mountain Housing Council was formed. And for the past 3 years, 29 partners have been meeting quarterly to move policy and solutions forward. And what you have before you tonight is the next iteration, which we're calling Mountain Housing 2.0, which takes the work, builds off the work that's been done to date and focuses on the implementation side. So a little bit of background. I know most are familiar with Mountain Housing Council, but for those who are tuned in and may not know about it, it is a project of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. There's 29 partners, of which 15 fund the Mountain Housing Council, and it's run usually by a contract staff for the coordination, project management, and the facilitation. This is in their left corner there is the dashboard or placemat that is shared quarterly that brings together in one place all of the housing results that are happening throughout the region. So really, if you think about it for the town, as the town council is thinking about making a decision about this, what truly is the value of this investment? And the way I really think about it is, you take these 29 organizations that are scattered throughout the region, whether it's a utility district or a ski area or a nonprofit or a land use planning agency, and everyone who is a member has had the endorsement of their boards to sit on this council and make housing a priority. So when people like myself are out rolling out programs in the community, they're already, the base work has been done, and our region is known as prioritizing housing, not just the town of Truckee, but throughout the region. And that becomes attractive to nonprofit developers and potentially investors as well. So these are the partners who have committed to move forward with 2.0. So you can take a look there. And the power of these partners, as you can see, is that it's really a wide range. You have funders, you have government, you have public and private. And to date, the majority of the partners, and including additional, have signed on. But tonight we get to think about, this is a coalition. Mountain Housing Council is obviously a coalition, and the power is in the coalition, but the decision tonight is the town of Truckee's. And so I put together this slide for you to think about sort of what are the direct benefits and the value that our agenda items, our own housing program gets from the Mountain Housing Council. And really there's 4 buckets. Mountain Housing Council continues to sort of beat the drum in the wider community in a very effective way about the needs, about the solutions, access to pretty technical information. The policy papers that have been put out have really been the landing, the takeoff path for many of our own programs, like the accessory dwelling units, and then the revenue measure that we're talking about now. We also, because of the regional commitment that comes out of the 29 partners, we do get private entities such as landing coming to fruition through knowing that our region prioritizes housing. And then the funding. And 2.0, there's a lot of focus, which I'll get into in a little bit, on coordinating and expanding the funding. Obviously, funding is key to moving the needle on our regional housing needs. And 2.0, there'll be a big focus on coordinating and leveraging existing buckets of housing money to hopefully attract private investment. So the 2.0 work plan over the next 3 years will focus on 2 distinct areas of work. One is the ongoing work that has been so powerful, which is the quarterly work of, generally there's about 45 different partners that come to meeting quarterly. They're 3-hour meetings. They're pretty rich as far as reporting out and sharing new ideas. The public outreach, again, what I spoke to earlier with the website and monthly newsletters and noticing about public meetings that have housing on the agenda and mobilizing the community to be involved with that. Statewide, creating a regional voice at the state level for housing policy and housing funding to make sure that it works in our region. And then the continued work of by creating a forum and a place for all of our collective results to be rolled up together, it continue the incubating of sub collaborations like the JPA and some of the work we're doing with Placer County. So I'm going to just speak really quickly about some of the new work that's proposed in 2.0. The Regional Housing Action Plan, which is something different than what we have already. We have a housing element, we have a work plan for the town, but this is different in that it creates one plan for the region with a set of agreed upon metrics, and it brings unusual partners to the table rather than the standard sort of land use planning entities. So what you get from something like this is you get the private partners coming to the table and the special districts taking their piece of the pie to create this plan moving forward. And then the second big new focus will be this, the funding piece, and we're calling it the Accelerating Housing Funds, which there are several pots of money and resource allocation in the region that goes to housing, but they're not all sort of speaking to each other. Project by project, some of them do come together, but MHC 2.0 really wants to focus on a more focused coordination on housing funds in the region, and then also leveraging those to attract outside funding. So in conclusion, the recommendation is to approve participation in Mountain Housing Council for the next 3 years. Any questions?
Thank you, Shauna. Appreciate that. And what we're going to do, public comment. I'm going to open public comment right now, just so folks know they can submit any public comment they want before we go to council questions. So that's Truckee at townofTruckee.com if you have any public comments you'd like to submit. We'll go with the same order again because it seems to be working. So any questions for staff, Shauna, or otherwise? Start us off, Vice Mayor Klofstad. There you go.
No, actually, Shauna, that's great. I think the communication plan too that we already previously looked at looks amazing. And I'm just wondering if we have expectations for adding anybody to that group of, what did you say, 42 different entities? I mean,
well, it's 29. It's about 29 partners, but they generally 2 to 3 come from each entity to each meeting, which is great.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. There's significant participation. So are we planning on adding anybody, or is that the expectation for the next 3 years going forward, or does that can it fluctuate?
Jeff, I'm looking to you for that. I mean, right now, you meet,
Sure.
and Jeff and I and David Tierman have been on it, but you're right. That was a decision that was voted on for MHC 1.0.
Yeah, I can add in there. It does fluctuate actually because no one's barred from the door. There are public meetings and lots of people do come in, different partners. I don't believe that Mountain Housing Council as an entity is looking at this point for additional funding partners beyond those that have been identified, and many of which have already committed the funds. So, but it's always possible that additional membership could come in. The way Mountain Housing Council works, though, is that we've been working in these things called tiger teams and subgroups, if you will, working groups, and very often there'll be other entities that'll come in those subgroups that aren't officially members or partners. A good example was the developer group. So a group of developers began to meet, and Shauna, in her former role, was meeting with them to try to navigate development opportunities and really learn. For the most part, none of them were actually partners, and yet they were really part of the thing. So
they weren't partners in the sense of they weren't contributing and committing to a 3-year partnership,
correct.
like considering doing right now.
Yeah, either funding or committing the kind of your organizational name. But there were plenty of other entities and organizations that come in as issues arise or needs arise.
And as we see an opportunity that there's maybe an entity that we want to make sure has some skin in the game. So
they certainly could be asked to do so.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Go ahead, Councilmember Commendatore.
Thank you, Shauna. I'm very glad you're here in the role you're taking, because I think if the housing world that we are trying to work within and grow and get and address the issues, it's really important to have someone at the head from the town. And I'm glad you're here. I don't have any questions, but thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Tierman.
Actually, no questions for me either. I'm pretty familiar with Mountain Housing Council, so, and Shauna and the organization, so all good.
Sorry, I keep muting and unmuting myself. All good for me, no questions here. Any public comment, Jeff or Dan?
I've got one that came in earlier, and again, I'll just read it. It's not too long. I think it's imperative and extremely important that the town of Truckee continue their funding for Mountain Housing Council 2.0. The town of Truckee Community Foundation has done amazing work in their first 3 years. I'm excited to see the work that will be produced in 2.0. I think the information, collaboration, and involvement that occurs in this project with TTCF, its partners in the community, are highly valuable, equitable, and produce information and resources that the town of Truckee could not do so on its own. It's a wise use of town funds for the proposed scope of work. And I would just add a comment of my own. The one thing that perhaps didn't get emphasized enough in the slides, we don't yet have a definitive scope of work. So what you're doing is you're allocating $55,000, knowing the general areas of work and a proposed scope, but there's still a lot of discussion on specific work tasks and work products. And interestingly, if you look back to day one of Mountain Housing Council, which I was fortunate enough, literally my first day on the job was the beginning of Mountain Housing Council. Some guy named Lashbrook sort of dropped it in my lap and left it there. It's been an absolutely great experience, but I will say that at the beginning of it 3 years ago, we had no idea what the work tasks would be, in fact, and what exactly the products would be, and worked it out. This time, I think it's quite different in that we have a much better sense of what's needed and a much better sense of the task, but we're still working out. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that as part of that public comment. So that's the only one I received.
And I received one. It was from Stacy Caldwell. And surprisingly, she is supportive of the council adopting this item.
Great. Thank you to both of those. And Jeff, I didn't mean to cut you off there. You have plenty of other times to talk. I just wanted to make sure we were getting through the public comment without a lens put on top of it. So closing public comment on item 7.4 and bringing this back to council for discussion or a possible motion. And I'll add to Jeff's comments very quickly is I was part of a meeting, probably about a month ago exactly, maybe quite just before, with Shauna and Jeff, along with Placer County's representatives, along with Nevada County's representatives as well. And there was a very distinct call for a very robust scope of work that came out of that conversation, along with an added desire to see our three jurisdictions, at least from the local government perspective, start to work more effectively and more closely together as well. And something like that would probably not have happened without Mountain Housing Council 1.0 kicking us off. And this is, just a really great regional representation of kind of how we're dealing with an issue in our community that doesn't really know borders, like so many of our other issues, were like COVID-19, for example, trying to look beyond the borders and trying to find solutions for the region. And the town of Truckee is a proud partner in that, at least we have been so far, and I hope we continue to be. So with that, if there's any other council deliberation, feel free. Otherwise, being our sitting representative, Councilmember Tierman, perhaps you can move us to some action.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mayor, I totally agree with what you just said. I just wanted to also underscore, I think, the importance of the Mountain Housing Council. You said it well, regional issue, knows no borders. And it's really remarkable when you think that 29 different partners have come together to really focus on this issue. And it is an issue that requires focus. And when you think about the last 3 years of the Mountain Housing Council, an incredible job, a lot of research, a lot of effort has gone into it on the part of all these partners. So I'm wholeheartedly supportive of going forward, and with that, unless there are any other comments, happy to make a motion. All right, well, I'll move. Go ahead and move that we approve the expenditure of $165,000 over the next 3 years in support of Mountain Housing Council version 2.0.
I'll second it.
And Judy, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Klofstad?
Aye.
Councilmember Commendatore,
Aye.
Councilmember Tierman,
Aye.
Mayor Pallavi.
Yes. Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.4 passes, and we look forward to 3 more years of robust Mountain Housing Council work. So thank you very much, Shauna, and the rest of staff, Yumi and Jeff, who have also been attending, and we will hear a report back about that, I'm sure, in the coming months. Back to 7.3. Chief Devery, you with us?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I apologize for the earlier technical difficulties.
It's quite all right. Take it away.
So we are here today to provide an update with our aquatic invasive species program and seek council direction for our program moving forward for the 2020 season.
Dev, we
Sorry,
got you.
taking control of the presentation. Kimberly, it's not letting me click to the next slide. Oh, there. Oh, geez. All right, so our aquatic invasive species program, as we call it, the AIS program, started mandatory watercraft inspections in 2014. This program was funded by grants. So we had a total of 3 of them. 2 of them were pretty sufficient in how much operations monies we got from the grant. The first one we had, it was $200,000, and the second one was $400,000. These grants covered all of our operation costs, education and outreach, early detective monitoring. So that was our water testing that we did annually, our administrative reporting. And then the second grant covered the costs related to a semi-permanent inspection station. And then both of these grants we were awarded an extension to use them, but they did all complete and expire in December of 2018. Sorry, this is a delayed reaction on my end. So here's an overview of our program costs. For the 2020 season, we're looking at almost $370,000 to operate the Truckee station. And that includes both the Tahoe boats and the Truckee boats being inspected there. So our portion of that would be half, which they're asking $185,000 to operate that season. That station opens in mid-May and runs through Labor Day weekend typically. In the past, Truckee, like I said, we were able to pay for operation costs through our grants. And then as of 2019, we didn't have any secured grant funding or any general fund monies to go towards this. So TRPA actually, which is Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, graciously paid for our portion of the station costs. And then we also last year were able to subsidize the Park and Rec Department, which is that $7,700 there. So basically what that did was it allowed Rec and Park staff to be at the launch and man that public launch from Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day weekend daily from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We paid for our inspection stickers for Donner Lake last year, and then our water testing we also paid for. And then at the bottom, as you can see on here, the Truckee or the Donner Lake stickers, their inspection fees are substantially lower than Tahoe. I think that reflects, one, because Donner Lake is a lot smaller than Lake Tahoe, and Lake Tahoe is a closed circuit. So every boat ramp is manned, there's a gate, there's someone there making sure that you have had a current inspection on your vessel. And then Donner Lake is not a closed circuit. So there's 3 launches. There's the Tahoe Donner launch, and then there's the Donner Lake Association launch. Those are manned. Those are what I would say closed because you can't just launch there anytime. And then we have our public launch, which is only manned during the Memorial Day through Labor Day. And sometimes the hours vary. If you go in very early, you can actually get off the lake prior to even any staff member being there. So we've come to the conclusion that there's 3 options for us moving forward with the 2020 season and moving for future years. The first option is for the town to pay the full $185,000 to subsidize the Truckee station, our half of it. And 162,000 is what we would be asking the general fund, or would be requiring the general fund for, with anticipated revenues of that $33,000. That $33,000 reflects the current Truckee Donner sticker fees. So that's about what we get on a typical year. Option 2 would be to change our town ordinance to reflect the Tahoe fee structure, and that would substantially raise our revenues to about $96,000. However, like I said before, Tahoe is a closed circuit. There's people there, there's services being provided. It would be a huge cost increase to our local boater community. And then option 3 would be that we move towards requiring boaters to complete a Donner Lake self-inspection permit prior to launching. And we would be able to coordinate these voluntary programs with approximately $5,000 in education and marketing costs. An alternative to this option would be to also allow boaters with a current Tahoe sticker to launch as well. So we could kind of appease both people that do boat at both Lake Tahoe and Donner Lake. We have had some challenges with this program. I've been working on this program for about 4.5 years now, and it's been difficult. Right now, the town does not have a current mitigation plan, so we are not eligible to apply for any more quagga mussel operations grants. We would have to apply first for the mitigation plan grant. And they've changed the criteria, so we'd have to get an updated grant with new numbers, new science with that. A state scientist would have to review and sign off on that. And then they also take into consideration the risk factor for the lake. So that's anywhere from the pH level of the lake, the number of entries into the lake, how many boaters use that on a year-round basis. And so those are factors that go into that. We are concerned with the sustainability of a grant-funded program. We obviously were able to maintain last year because of TRPA, but that's not something that would help in the long run. Chief, I know you wanted to weigh in on this portion of it.
Yeah, thanks, Deb. So one of the things that was really concerning to me from the beginning is that we have this operation that's totally funded by one grant. And as Deb alluded to, that grant's being increasingly more competitive, and I think that the Boating and Waterways is likely to change some of the criteria that they do use to the point where we likely would not be getting the same funding we did before. At that same time, the operation cost of the inspection station, which is really about 90% of the operation costs, if not more, has been going up and up with admin, associated costs, and a variety of other things. So one of the things that's concerned us since we started looking at it was the lack of year-round coverage at the public boat launch in particular, and the fact that we didn't have a closed circuit, as Dev alluded to, with the gate similar to the way Tahoe is. Yet we were going to be spending a substantial amount of money and possibly entering into a phase where Boating and Waterways had the expectation that we would develop our own program, pay for that program out of general fund money or some other source, and that it was really seed money. It was not intended to fund the program long term. So that grant funding's always been our Achilles heel. It finally came to a head in 2018, hence why we're in front of you tonight. As before this presentation got started, I kind of gave you the impression that this was not COVID related, and it's not. We've been intending to come this to you for quite some time, and I apologize we're having to do it in kind of this rush fashion, but we have a boating season that's closing in on us, and we certainly need to direct the boating community towards what we want them doing coming up this summer. So with that, we'll kind of hold tight and see what kind of questions we have from council.
Got it. You guys are done presenting, yes? Thank you.
Correct.
Good. Thanks, Dev. Thank you very much, Chief. And maybe, Dev, if you could leave us with the 3 slides, the 3 options, I think that might be great.
Yes. Kimberly, could you?
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
Kimberly. Yes. Sorry.
There we go.
We're all doing our best. Okay, so first of all, officially opening public comment, Truckee at townoftruckee.com. So please, if you have any comments, email those into us so that we can get them on the record. And with that, I'm going to start questions with Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Thank you, Mayor Pallavi. Thanks, Chief and Deborah. This is an issue I'm particularly interested in, as you probably are both aware. Can you share for us and our viewers? You said in the report you did you've been doing water testing. Since when, and what have you been testing?
Sure. So we've been testing the water annually since the inception of the watercraft inspection program in 2014. That would happen once a summer. I went out on the boat with Tahoe Resource Conservation District staff as well. So we did it together. So we both were provided with the knowledge of how to test the water and what we're testing for. We're actually testing for veligers. Those are the microscopic animals that quagga mussels, that's their baby form, and then they grow into quagga mussels. That's what you see visually. They're stuck on, they're like barnacles. They're stuck either onto boats or to piers. So that's what we tested for. We have been negative on all of our tests through 2019. And we've also tested some random kind of garbage or scrap metal or boat parts that have been pulled up by a fellow fisherman. And we tested those, and those were also negative for veligers.
Okay, thank you. And I understand there was a steering committee and then a working group that was supporting that steering committee. Can you explain a little bit about the makeup of those 2 separate groups?
Yes. So those were made up with multiple agencies and partners, whether that was business or fishermen. We had TRPA, TRCD on those. We had the Water Council in there as well. So they came together to help formulate the program that started in 2014, and all these ideas and how we mirrored our program was off of the Tahoe boating program.
Okay. And they were the ones that discussed the idea to install a gate, which we actually had grant funding for, and ultimately it was that steering committee that decided not to go forward with that.
I'll cover that. Vice Mayor. So, yeah, it wasn't quite that simple. Initially, we looked at the Tahoe program, as Devery alluded to, and we were intending to create a closed circuit with the gate at the public boat launch. You know, Donner Lake Property Owner Association and Tahoe Donner already, for the most part, a gated launch. They need to have staff there before that's open. So the public boat launch with the Rec and Park District was the only kind of unmanned gate. When we proposed the total system, the fishermen community in particular had significant reservations about that and was concerned about year-round access. At the time, there was not technology available that would allow us to not have that be an actual person manning that gate. So it was a seasonal proposal. And ultimately, political pressure won out. We ended up abandoning the gate and just moving forward with the inspection and sticker program.
Okay.
So I would not say it's the steering committee that came to that conclusion. It was the public that did.
And that was in 2014, 15 ish.
The workshops that we held regarding the gate installation was in 2016, and we held 2 of those and also did a public survey as well.
All right, and Chief, what you're kind of alluding to is similar. I'm imagining anyway, similar to what we have at the school district, where you have an arm gate and you have a card reader, and you have an active card, you can open the gate.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complex than that because then people can pass the cards off to people that might not have been inspected. So we were looking for some technology that would be a little bit more robust, obviously trying to make it so that the cards or passcodes couldn't be passed on, almost like rolling codes. You've received a code from somebody on your iPhone, almost authorizing the iPhone as the registered phone number on an account, and you enter that passcode and it opens some kind of software. If you've ever experienced that, the technology's out there to do that type of thing with a gate, but obviously it's expensive.
Yeah, and then it has to be mirrored with the inspection and the program to authorize that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately, we had to work with Rec and Park because that's their property. It's their lease with State Lands Commission for the boat launch. So there's a lot of variables and a lot of entities that are involved with that discussion. And frankly, we didn't get that far because the grants went away, and it was pointless to try and pursue a program that involved a gate when we had bigger issues, which was just keeping the operating costs going.
Right. And then the decontamination station, that was possible based on the airport allowing us to utilize some of their property. But can you explain to us why that fell through?
Yeah, sure. So the grant that we had for construction costs was intended to create a permanent inspection station for kind of the 267 corridor. There's one at Alpine Meadows that captures that portion of North Lake Tahoe, but they wanted something more for the Kings Beach and our side of it, as well as for Donner Lake. We've tried multiple proposals to try and acquire property that would allow us to open up an inspection and decontamination station. The inspection station is a little bit more versatile in how it can be moved around, but the decontamination equipment, once it's put down, it's expensive to relocate. It can break. So we really were looking for a permanent location, but as you can imagine, real estate prices in Truckee and construction costs in Truckee don't allow for much to be done in the $400,000 range. We worked extensively with Dan Wilkins trying to identify a snow storage area that the town could utilize in the winter, maybe some kind of commute parking area. I mean, there was a ton of options that were thrown around, but ultimately none of them were feasible with the sites that were available. The airport district has always been very gracious in offering us a $1 a year lease of the tarmac. I don't want to publicly vet this too much, and hopefully nobody from the FAA is watching, but that's not exactly an approved aviation use. And the airport's always been pretty candid in saying we think this is a benefit to the community. We'd like to allow you to continue this as long as you need, but recognize if the FAA ever audited us on what our tarmac's being used for, this probably is not going to be an authorized use. So we, and I don't want to go into all the details, you're familiar with the combination bank shot that involves Regional Park and our Riverview area and the rest of it, the Courtyard. All that came into play because in that great land swap, there was a perimeter of a fire training center that could be used as an AIS inspection station. And it was kind of in exchange for some other lands that were being traded about through that combination bank shot. So that was really our last hope, but unfortunately, there were enough technicalities with that where the grant expired prior to us really being able to move forward. That's still an option, but it would likely be kind of a peripheral involvement of Truckee. It's more on TRP and TRCD to solidify that deal now with the airport district, certainly with our assistance. So if we were able to accomplish that still, that'd be great, but that wouldn't necessarily impact what we're recommending.
Okay, thank you. I think you're muted. Dave.
Am I good now? Yeah.
There
Are you good with your questions?
I'm
Yeah.
good.
Okay. Council Member Commendatore, go ahead.
Thank you. As a now retired boater, has some experience at Donner Lake and Lake Tahoe and other places. Actually, it's a very complex problem in reality. It's not an easy solution. With option 3, which is what you guys request or suggesting might be the best way to go, as a voluntarily self-inspection permit prior to launching, what's the reality of what kind of compliance are we expecting with that? Is there any models out there suggesting that it might be good compliance, or is it like 50-50, or where are we at on that?
So currently, both Boca and Stampede do the self-inspection permit as well. They don't have the staff to actually go out and check those areas. We do. So we would work with Rec and Park to have them also have their staff check for those permits prior to launching when they're there from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We also have our enforcement boat out on the lake. So any contacts that we make out there, we would ask, hey, where's your permit? They'd have to show it, or that would be our opportunity to either educate essentially and either warn or cite that boater. And then it would basically be our presence out there to really make sure that those self-inspections are being done.
So
I think.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So remember, Tahoe Donner Lake Properties Association, they're going to have an easy time checking for those self-inspection printouts. If you've ever gone in, I'm one of those weird people that actually does this. I don't know how many people actually follow the national forest rules, but if you go out in the national forest and you have an out of a fire ring fire, you're supposed to go watch a small video on their website, answer a couple questions, and you print out this little certificate. I fold that up, throw it in my motorcycle tank bag along with my fishing license, and I go out and I have my little campfires when obviously there's not a campfire ban. So the program would be very similar in nature to that. Is it would have some kind of mechanism to make people watch a video, answer a couple quick questions, or answer a couple quick questions after reviewing some material, and they would get a printout with their name, their vessel number, something along those lines. So that printout is what people would be asking for at Tahoe Donner, at Donner Lake Property Association, and in theory, when somebody is manning the launch at the public boat launch. If our police boat were to stop somebody, similar to the way we ask for license or registration, proof of insurance, your license registration, and your AIS inspection form. It'd be that type of thing. So what kind of compliance? I have a feeling it'd be fairly decent because people would know that that'd be an option, and it's a small lake rather than an entire national forest, like with the fire permits, but it's still not quite as detailed as having a sticker on the side of your boat not being allowed to launch without it. And we still have the complexities of the year, the times of the year and the times of the day that somebody's not at the public boat launch. Sure. There's not much we can do to fix that without the gate.
Okay, so this is a question that I'll take that one step further, because now as an observer, if anyone's ever been in a boat launch, particularly in today's age where inspections are happening at most large lakes, is there any evidence out there and data collecting? Obviously, those who are going to be compliant tend to be people who are taking better care of their boats or are more in tune to what a mussel is and what the issues are. Is those who come from Lake Mead or wherever out of Vegas that's already infected, or some other lake, and they really don't care. They just throw the boat in. They're just here for a while. They leave, and that's the only hole that I see from experience seeing the people who tend to boat. And I don't know how. I mean, a voluntary thing is kind of that leaves a big hole, and those are the people that are probably most likely. I guess that'd be true with any kind of other example you just gave with fire or anything else. That the people who don't really care, no sign of care, and you just can't make complete policy off of that. I guess answer my own question maybe. I don't know if I.
Yeah, no, you're making sense. So there's a couple variables there that will help us out. First of which is Donner Lake is not a huge waterway for those transitory boats. A lot of the people that launch their boats, their ski boats in Donner, are year after year Donner only or Tahoe Donner, meaning Lake Tahoe. And, we don't have a lot of those transitory vessels outside of the fishing community, pontoon boats, but occasionally we get them. As other states, including California and Nevada, start to make their inspection criteria more robust, that will inadvertently help us out, because you're right, they would have had to been inspected somewhere else. But there is more of a risk at this level than there is when we require the sticker. I can't argue that. It's just the feasibility of not having the general fund money at $250,000 a year as we move forward to have a program that frankly runs from Memorial Day to Labor Day and from 7 p.m. to 7 or 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on most days. There's all kinds of gaps in there. So those people could launch before 7 a.m. They could launch after 7 p.m. They could launch when somebody's not at the public boat launch. Until you put in a gate and you have a closed circuit, you're really just kind of mitigating it. You're not preventing it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, my last question is this. So looking at it from the other side, the user side again, when you're going to Tahoe, getting your Tahoe only or your Tahoe in and out sticker, then you're getting your Tahoe Donner, or your Donner Lake sticker. And obviously Donner Lake would have to be a closed circuit in order for this to work. But have there been conversations with, I think it's TRPA that runs the Tahoe one, to kind of combine and make it just one Donner Lake, Tahoe, Donner Lake pass for one, same requirements for both, same inspection, but it'd be a bigger pool. Maybe you get more people to participate into it and be willing to pay a higher fee, which would therefore help fund what you need at Donner Lake.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
And I'll answer only because this is an uncomfortable conversation. It's certainly not meant to point fingers. TRPA and TRCD and frankly Lake Tahoe have no interest in doing that with Donner until we're a closed circuit.
Right.
It's called reciprocity, and they don't want to discuss reciprocity terms until we can assure that a boat coming out of Donner has the ability to launch in Tahoe without going to another waterway first.
Gotcha.
It's that simple.
Yeah. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Just a couple of questions for me. Deborah was interested in what you were recounting about the testing that's being done on the water. How many years now have there been negative tests?
We've had negative tests from 2014 through 2019.
Okay, so the last 5 years. Okay, and thank you. And then on the cost, the $13,000 estimated physical impact. So that includes the $5,000 for the education marketing materials plus $8,000 for whatever staff time, enforcement, that sort of thing.
Yes, and that 8,000, the 7,700 would be to help Park and Rec actually staff the boat ramp from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Just two quick questions for me. On option 3, is there a downside to allowing Tahoe stickers?
The current Tahoe inspection and Donner Lake's inspection are exactly the same. It's the same staff doing it. It's TRCD staff. I don't see a downside. The only thing is, I don't see a downside with letting Lake Tahoe boats into Donner. They've been inspected. You know that they're going to have to be re-inspected to go back into Lake Tahoe because their seal has been broken. So those boats are probably the most inspected and decontaminated vessels we're seeing going into both of those bodies of water. The only downside, as Chief pointed out, is that when staff isn't there, we're still not catching everybody, but we're not catching everybody now.
Yeah, Mayor, I would say that the downside's to the boater, not to the town. So if it has a Tahoe sticker, we know it's been professionally inspected, right, by the inspection stations versus a self-inspection. So it's in better shape than the self-inspection to go into Donner. The boater is disadvantaged because when it comes out of Donner, they've broken the seal on their trailer. They now need to get re-inspected before they can launch back in Tahoe. So I don't anticipate there'll be much of that, to be quite honest. I don't think that Tahoe boaters really go back and forth all that much. I think really it's going to be a self-inspection program the vast majority of the time.
Great. And then just my last question is there anything from prohibiting either the Rec and Park District or the Watershed Council or really just any other entity out there from picking up a program like this if they decided it was important to their mission or they found funding or anything like that? Sorry.
Yeah, no, there's nothing that would stop another entity from taking this over. And although I love being unique, I think I'm the only police chief in the state of California that is responsible for an AIS program. So certainly there's an opportunity out there for a waterway-based organization, nonprofit, who has grant writers and grant finders that can go out and piece together the operational costs through a variety of grants and then manage it. It's just something outside the scope of what we're really capable of doing with the increasing operating costs and the competitiveness on the boating and waterways grant. So it would be fantastic if a community partner would step forward and take that on. I think it's a worthwhile effort. We just haven't found somebody willing to do that.
Sure.
Hey, Chief, could I just make one comment, Dave? We did talk to the Watershed Council on several occasions about taking over the program, and it just wasn't one that they felt comfortable at this point in getting involved. They would like to see a program, but they didn't want to take it over. So we spent some time consulting with them. And one thing that may not have been clear from the presentation, but we've, between the chief and Every, and to some degree, me as well, have spent, I'm going to guess, 15 or 20 meetings with DRPA and TRCD to try to work something out. So this is not a program that has gone down lightly.
Yeah, and we very much appreciate that that investment. I think that's good. And I know we've been talking about this probably for a year or so, and we kind of knew this was coming because we've been challenged finding a solution there. Great. I believe we had a couple of public comments, at least that I saw come in during that time. So, Jeff, I don't think there was anything that came in prior. Dan or Judy, would you mind taking care of the two that came in, and maybe if there were any additional others?
Sure. There were 4 comments received total. One was, and I'll do more like read them than summarize them. So one was from Beth Chrisman, and it was fairly short. It said, moving to a voluntary inspection for Donner Lake will increase the risk of introduction of aquatic invasive species to Donner Lake. Donner Lake is at particularly high risk due to its location on Interstate 80 and within the town of Truckee. I support maintaining some level of inspection station. So that was from Beth Chrisman. There's another comment from James Hersman. And Mr. Hersman's comment was that going to volunteer-only inspections for Donner Lake would be a bad idea for several reasons. Donner Lake is at higher risk than a lot of lakes in our region due to it being on I-80 and being one of the more popular lakes in our area. Also, based on last Thursday's Department of Fish and Wildlife phone-in meeting, I would not count on my fellow fishermen and women to uphold the highest standards in voluntary inspection. Lastly, it seems like we could find funds from other sources. Parentheses, do we really need an electric motorcycle for the police department? I have no issues with them having a motorcycle. They would greatly benefit from one, just assuming a police KLR would be cheaper and more useful. So we've got a couple of topics addressed on that one. So, and then we've got 2 other comments. One is from Leland Tarnay. Says, if I read the current recommendation proposal correctly, it looks like the town is considering letting the AIS program for Donner Lake lapse. This would be extremely short-sighted. Donner Lake, and indeed most mountain lakes in the Sierra Nevada, have been warming significantly, and with that warming becoming more hospitable to invasives from the warmer waters at lower elevations. Invasives, especially in clear mountain lakes, can rapidly and dramatically alter not only the food chains that support fishing, but the appearance of lakes if they shift it to a more green and cloudy type food web. Such changes are likely irreversible. It only takes a few or even a single contaminated boat to ruin the party for everyone who enjoys the current clean and clear waters of Donner. Invasives in Donner would threaten nearby Tahoe and other lakes in the area as well. I would encourage you to find other bridge solutions or under a more permanent solution until a more permanent solution can be firmed up. Donner is a gem of a lake and a key to protecting the ecology and water quality of the Tahoe area. This issue is close to my heart as my dissertation and much of my graduate work involved protecting Lake Tahoe from eutrophication. Donner, keeping it blue. Donner is part of that. Thank you for your time. And the last one is from Catherine Schnurrenberger. Dear Town Council, it has come to my attention that the town is considering eliminating staffed aquatic invasive species inspections and will instead implement do-it-yourself inspections. As a botanist with experience with aquatic plant species, I think this is not a wise move. We are currently at a critical time to prevent and lessen the impacts of aquatic invasive species in our waters. The water bodies in the Truckee area, most notably Donner Lake, are relatively pristine water bodies. Many of the aquatic invasive species that plague water bodies in other areas of California are not present here. That is mainly because our lakes and reservoirs are oligotrophic lakes, which are cold year-round and therefore have not supported certain invasive species. Global warming has caused a temperature rise in our water bodies and caused more rain versus snowfall, which erodes soil and increase sediment delivery to lakes. The warmer temperature, coupled by the increase in sediment and nutrients, create a perfect habitat for many invasive species. This is a critical time to limit the introduction of such species. We will not be able to reverse this. Once a species is introduced, it is vastly more expensive to remove it than it would have been to prevent its establishment initially. Donner Lake also supports rare native aquatic plants that will be endangered by the more aggressive invasive species. Based on the science, I strongly suggest that we maintain staffing at our inspection stations and increase fees to the boaters who wish to enjoy our lovely, pristine, clear lakes and reservoirs. Thank you, Catherine Schnurrenberger. And that's it.
Thanks to all of the folks who submitted public comment. We very much appreciate that as we deliberate. So with that, if you do have any clarifying questions, just go ahead and ask those as you deliberate, just to A, try to keep us moving, but B, because I can't figure out if anybody does have a question or wants to deliberate. So why don't you just kick us off, Vice Mayor Klostad, and we'll take it from there.
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Yeah, I am in alignment with actually our 4 public comments. I think Donner Lake is an incredible asset to our community. And, you know, we personally enjoy it. It's a point of pride. It brings visitors to our area, which we all need to know is pretty critical to our economy. And I think the clarity and water quality, we're going to continue to struggle to keep it as clear and pristine as it is. And like Mr. Tarnay mentioned, it really only takes 1 or 2 boats to really change that. And then reversing it, as we're seeing on Lake Tahoe, is really, really difficult and vastly more expensive. I really think it's important for this lake to be protected. I am not 100% clear on who that should be, that should be in charge of protecting it. I emailed back and forth with the chief and Jeff about all the entities involved, and there's no fewer than 15. And these are big agencies and entities, including California Department of Parks and Rec and the Division of Boating and Waterways. We've already talked about TRPA, TRCD, Truckee River Watershed Council, Truckee Meadows Water Authority, our rec department, the Nevada and Placer County. There's a piece of this lake that's in Placer County as well. And then of course, you know, State Lands Commission, who actually probably has the most jurisdiction, Fish and Wildlife, and then the private entities, Tahoe Donner and the association on West End Beach. It just is unfathomable to me that between all of these agencies, we can't come up with the funding required to protect this incredible resource. I am in support of actually looking at option number 2, where we increase the fees and then we take a little bit of a hit in order to maintain the program while continuing to try to work with some of these agencies to find a home for this program on a more long-term basis. And I am personally willing to commit some additional time and volunteer hours to try to work with some of these agencies to create that support, because I think it's absolutely critical for our community. If we don't have a lake that people want to swim in and fish in, that is going to impact us in significant ways coming forward. And so I understand that means things like closing the circuit on the lake. I think with Lake Tahoe having 71 miles of shoreline and us having 7, I think I know it's more than what we think we should and could be doing, but I want to find somebody to do it. And until I can find somebody to do it, I feel like the town needs to do it. So that's where I'm at. I would be in support of option number 2.
Councilmember Commendatore.
Missing the mute button there. Yeah, this is I'm going from experience of being a local boater, using all the local lakes, where I do believe, I don't know if it was Chief or Jeff that mentioned that the belief is that people who go use Tahoe or don't want to go back and forth, and that's a true statement only because it's inconvenient. If it was all under one group, it'd be a lot easier, and I think there'd be more use back and forth. And so if you get your seal when you come out of Donner, the same as when you come out of Tahoe, it's just it's a much easier system. So where I'm kind of falling on this is, as much as I'm not looking to do more and have more inspections and more costs, I think to do it right though, kind of go back to either option 1 or option 2 in a sense. I agree with Anna that it's with all those other stakeholders, it should be spread around a little more, and more people are supporting it, or more organizations would be supporting it. It probably needs to have one central organization that runs it, and everybody else is just as a funder of that, rather than having 15 different organizations trying to run it, their own version. But I agree with Anna and a lot of what she said. I do think people always will come to use lake no matter what, because if you ever go down the hill to any of the other lakes, as you go towards Sacramento, there's a lot of lakes that are not the best looking lakes in the world, but they get a lot of use. But in preserving what we have and keeping it clean, because once we go down the road and we have an invasive species in the lake, it will be near impossible to ever eradicate it. So I'm not sure where I fall between 1 and 2. I don't really want to add more cost to it unless it was going to be have the feature be able to use both Tahoe and Donner. Then I would have no problem saying it's the same price, because it should be just one sticker. But if we're not that, it is Donner Lake and only Donner Lake, then I'm kind of still leaning more towards keeping the cost down at option 1 for the boater. But I don't like the extra $162,000 we got to figure out, particularly with our own revenues drying up right now. So that's kind of where I think that's at.
Yeah, and there's some misinformation in there. I want to clarify, make sure you're choosing an option that is accurate. So
Okay.
A couple things. First of all, the AIS program is not an aquatic invasive species program. It's a quagga mussel program. So you're not stopping aquatic invasive species from entering the lake. That's not what they're inspecting for. They're inspecting for the quagga zebra mussel. That's it. So you already have aquatic invasive species in Donner Lake, and it's likely that will continue in several forms, whether that's foliage or other marine life. But the program's specific, and it's a prevention grant, not a mitigation grant. So that means that if the lake ever did get infected, we would lose that prevention grant anyway. So I'm listening to a lot about water clarity and runoff and other invasive species. That has nothing to do with the AIS program that we are running, other than peripherally, yes, the quagga zebra mussel is very bad for the lake, but it's not a complete AIS program. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is with regards to option 2, certainly it's your prerogative. There is significant concern from TRPA, TRCD, and Rec and Park around option 2 because you're in essence charging Tahoe prices for a very small waterway without the level of, I don't know, enjoyment of Tahoe. So that would be an exorbitant price for a sticker just to get on a waterway like Donner. And not only would council and staff at the PD be on the receiving end of those complaints, so would TRPA, TRCD, and Rec and Park, just so we're totally transparent about what that involves.
Okay, so then I'll modify my comment. Then I'll remove option 2 as my thought. Option 1 makes most sense if we're trying to keep what we're trying to do. Be okay with option 3 if we, for financial reasons, as we are right now.
Got it. And recognizing option 1 is the status quo for this boating season, that would likely increase somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 250,000 next fiscal year.
Could deal with that next fiscal year.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty aligned with my fellow council members on this. It is Donner Lake is an environmental treasure. Not many communities have a lake like Donner Lake within their boundaries, and I think we do need to continue to protect it. You know, that said, there clearly is a huge imbalance between cost and revenues. So I guess my take or recommendation would be, you know, longer term, find a way to sort of ramp up the revenue side of things. Maybe, you know, if option 2 is not really that viable given the what you just described, Chief, perhaps there's a hybrid there somewhere between 2 and 1 that would allow for an increase in revenues, ramping up of some of the fees. The fees as they were described, at least in the staff report, seem kind of complicated. Maybe there's a way to simplify, streamline a little bit of that and get those revenues up a bit more so that there's not such a big imbalance. But you know, all of that said, again, I think you know, doing away with the program would be the wrong move from an environmental standpoint. And I think we just have to find a way to keep it going. And getting back to Vice Mayor Klostad's comments, you know, it'll take some side work to maybe pull together a coalition, but you know, that's where I'm at right now.
This is Dan, not forwarding public comment, but rather providing some historical information that I recall from when this discussion occurred 5 or 6 years ago, and specifically around the fee structure. My recollection of that was there was a lot more community attention on the program, as well as a lot more kind of broader based community attention on the program. At the time, there was a fair amount of concern by the general public as to whether or not they should be subsidizing boating on Donner Lake. And the notion at the time was that if it's boats that are the possible source of invasive species being transmitted, why should non-boaters be subsidizing boaters getting on and off the lake? Why shouldn't the program be 100% funded through the boating community? And I think because of the fact that the grants through Department of Boating and Waterways were available, at the time, it was being, up until this point, it was being funded through the boating community through the state of California and boat registration fees and whatnot. So I just bring that up because I know the public comment on this item has been limited right now, but I do recall a time when this was discussed previously, there was a lot of dialogue around that subsidy question, and should Truckee taxpayers be subsidizing boating activities on Donner Lake. So I'll stop.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I was actually going to bring up that exact point. So thanks for making that for me. One quick question for the chief, and then I'll go in just on a timing question, either chief or Dev. If option 1 or 2 did come out of this discussion, do you have enough time to ramp up and put the program back into place? How much has it been unraveled over the past few months as you were sort of heading towards this conclusion, and kind of what would a timing plan look like?
Yeah, so the option 1 that you see there, which, $195,000, somewhere in that realm, I'm sure TRPA and TRCD would love to bill us for the operations at the inspection. We could purchase stickers and have a status quo program. Just recognize you're committing to $1.5 million over the next 5 years for something when there's no promise to any kind of grant money subsidizing general fund money. So that's the issue. There's $33,000 in revenue. There's roughly $190,000 in operational costs. And we need to find some way to make up for that $162,000. So we could do that in short order. And frankly, it doesn't require any changes to our current ordinance because that's status quo. If we did want to go with something, I don't know what we're calling it, somewhere between option 2 and option 1, we do have to involve a lot more stakeholders in regards to what we're changing our fee structure to, how much we're changing that, how much it changed the revenue models. That's a little more complicated because we really are creating a public relations issue for TRPA and TRCD. So the option 2 hybrid, the option 2 are the most complicated options to get done by this boating season or next month.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is Kim Zurich.
Yes, please, Kim.
So I feel like I've completely failed in my messaging.
I was going to bring that up for you if you'd like me to help with that messaging, but go ahead.
So let me be frank. We do not have general funds to spend on this. So the council decision, in my opinion, as your chief financial officer, is what do you plan to cut in order to do this? Do you plan to cut housing funds? Do you plan to cut a police officer? Do you plan to cut planning staff? But I think I'm completely failing in my messaging because we do not have the revenue sources at this point to fund a general fund program. And I'm going to repeat this message over and over in the next period of time.
Kim, what I was also going to say was we had an opportunity back in 7.2, about 2.5 hours ago, to proceed with a general fund ballot measure to increase our revenues. And, we tabled that. So I want to make that very clear that to the rest of the council members who do want to continue to spend money on things that are also tourist based. These are predominantly, a Truckee resident is going to have no problem. It's sort of people coming in and day out. A very other than the locals who use the lake, and I have no idea what the number is, but minimum 50% come from out of our area, potentially stay overnight. This is all linked in my mind, and I am very much in agreement with Kim that we do not have the general fund dollars. This has not been budgeted. We have a very undefined budget scenario that I think is important for all of us to keep in mind. And I also think it's important to note that, yes, this is the first time we are bringing this up here at a council meeting, but all of us, except for Tony, were sitting around the budget table 1 year ago, right about now, And the chief already was talking about this, and so many of our community partners have had a chance to come in and take a heightened sense of responsibility with the town as a partner. And I think we will continue to offer our services as partners should another entity, wish to take this on. But I would also, not only is the chief, and maybe this is a question, chief, but not only is the police chief the only police chief in the state of California in charge of an AIS program, but I'm not even sure how many local governments in the state of California are in charge of an AIS program in communities the size of ourselves. Chief, if you have an answer for that, go ahead and chime in.
I'm less familiar. Yeah, I'm less familiar with Southern California. There might be an outlier out there, but there's one, maybe two other municipalities that are trying to run this program. In all the other states, these are run by the state. For some reason, California made the decision to not run the program themselves, and to incorporate it in, for example, to the ag station as an inspection station. They decided to farm out the responsibility of municipalities back in 2014. Don't know why that was, but there are a few examples out there where municipalities are running it, but again, not the police department. So it's certainly unusual. Let's put it that way.
So, so my point is, option 3 is a staff recommendation for a reason, and it's a budgetary reason primarily, that's come before us. And I think I know for a fact that both the chief and Dev have done a significant amount of due diligence to work with as many community partners as possible to make something happen here. So I'm 100% on board with option 3 at this point, with with also the backing to say, if somebody steps up, we're here to help. We can look at other funding mechanisms, or the town can contribute if so asked by somebody willing to lead the charge. I just don't believe this is our jurisdiction. It's just not our department, and right now, in my opinion, we were lucky to take it on at first, but I'm not sure it's the right place for us to continue on. With that said, if there's a majority on council, which it sounds like you all have, I'm very interested in an answer to Kim's question, which is, okay, what are we cutting for $162,000 in a budget process where we're pretty much status quo right now, and we're not looking at other town funds. So, I'm on for option 3 at this point, and I'm interested in hearing where we go from here. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to diminish the value of Donner Lake to our economy, to our environment, to our community, any of that. I utilize it, and I'm there, and I love it just as much as everybody else. But we're up here making policy decisions about how we spend very precious budget revenues. And, we just got done saying, whether or not, and I hate to keep tying this back, but, we had an opportunity to raise some revenues and do some polling with some information to raise some revenues. And we chose to not do that at this time. So.
Well, Mayor, if I'll add to you, help you clarify, and I don't necessarily know those are quite connected exactly. Maybe in time they will be. I kind of had said, obviously, option 1 would be probably my preference, but option 3 is something I consider. When it really comes down to it, I don't necessarily believe that self-inspection works as well as we might hope. I think through the boat out there, law enforcement, with other methods, it could be checked, and it will be probably the honor system, and I'd like to believe that most people would do it. But I think at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is, what can we afford? What can we do? I hear Kim loud and clear, and it's pretty clear that then option 3 is really by default. Maybe it's only a 1-year process, and over the course of this next year, we can get someone else to take the responsibility where it should be, or maybe we can put a group together that could do it. But maybe option 3 is at least the placeholder for right now, and I'm totally fine with that for lots of reasons. But at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to money, and we can work on option 2 or 3 or 2.5 or whatever, 1 or 2, 2.5 down the road. whatever it looks like in the course of next year.
I was going to mention to the mayor's comments that we're not, it's this, none of this is in perpetuity. I mean, we can look for opportunities that come up, other community partners. If the Boating and Waterway grant or other grants became available, certainly we consider all those. So this is just something that right now, facing the budget issues that we have going into this boating season, we don't have a lot of other options other than the three that have been outlined for you. And obviously you've heard about option one. So there is always the opportunity to look for that moving forward. And I do think that there's a method there to Councilmember Commendatori's comments. Again, Tahoe honors a very secured system in how they review for that inspection or that self-inspection. Donner Lake property owner, same thing. We can work with Rec and Park to be that way Memorial Day to Labor Day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that pretty much covers us the same way we're covered now, with the exception of the oddity where somebody launches before 7 a.m., after 7 p.m., or off season. So that's really the risk factor, is that period of time. Just make sure I articulated that clearly.
And that really doesn't change reality from what it was in the past. We always have a hole in the inspection time anyways, in the morning or later.
They're just presenting a piece of paper rather than a sticker.
Right. That doesn't change. So
No, it does not change.
Yeah. So I'm totally fine with you, Mayor, on what you're thinking. I'm happy to stay on option 3, just to move forward, and we can come up with a better plan over the course of next year. It's perfectly fine.
Would anybody else like to chime in? Otherwise, Councilmember commended. Okay.
Mayor, I kind of wish Kim had started out the discussion at the very beginning of the presentation, underscoring that important point about our budget. And as we were talking, and as you were talking, and I was reflecting on this a little bit, I was going to suggest that we could try option 3 for the next year, continue with the monitoring, the water quality monitoring, see how that goes for the next year, give us a little bit more time to maybe sort through other alternatives, funding alternatives, to think about it a bit more during the course of the next year while we're trying option 3.
Great. Would you like to make a motion?
Can I have one more word, please?
Of course.
Thank you. I would say, from my perspective, give me 5 or 6 choices of things to eliminate, and I would figure out something. To me, this is that important. So I'm not in support of going with option 3. I understand the logic and the reasoning that everybody else is following, and I respect that. I would like to say, though, that if it does go that way, which it looks like it will, I think it's vitally important that we prioritize going after the grant funding necessary to prepare a updated mitigation plan so that we are eligible for those future grant opportunities. And I would like to set up some time with some entities to be able to discuss opportunities for a cost sharing program. I think, again, going back to what Councilmember Commendatori pointed out, is that, there's really a lot of entities that benefit from this, and perhaps they should be contributing to it as well. And then I do want to just underscore your point, Mayor, that I do believe these issues are connected. We are talking about something that draws people to our community, which is the lake. Not all of them are boating. Many of them are just going to the lake, hanging out on the docks, or maybe they're going to the beach, or they're paddleboarding or something. But this is a resource for our community. And and we need to protect it. And I think that that's absolutely necessary. And spending some money to do that is inevitable. We need to plan for that. It needs to be part of our long-term plan. Maybe we shouldn't be carrying the entire $162,000 burden every year. But we should be planning for a portion of that, as should others.
Yeah, and I think we all agree with that. And to to add to your point of how this is connected to a ballot measure, we've been allocating $1 million or $2 million per year to housing out of the general fund.
Right.
You create a funding source to support a segment for, let it be housing, for example, or whatever it is, and then you free up those funds that we've been allocating every year to other priorities and projects. So it's all super connected in terms of how we can move money around between general funds and other types of things. And at the end of the day, when you're looking at other additional revenue sources, that is how all of this is connected. What you're trying to do is free up locked in resources to be able to do things like this. So,
Precisely.
so with that, we'll have another crack at probably all of these things in the future, but I think we have reached a bit of a consensus. So I'd like to ask Councilmember Commendatore, would you please make a motion on this item? Tony? Unmute.
For some reason, my screen froze on me there, so I don't know.
It's okay. Sorry to call you out when your screen froze.
I hit it like 6 or 7 times in a row. I just didn't want to wake up. So I will. I'll make the best motion possible I can make here. That we support and move forward with the third option recommended by town staff on 7 point. What number is it? 7.3 to change our as is worded under the staff report. How about that?
Great. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And Judy, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Klopstad.
No.
Councilmember Commendatore.
Yes.
Councilmember Tierman.
Yes.
Mayor Pallavi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. Great. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in here. We have one more item on our agenda this evening. It is council reports, and seeing as we've been at it for about 4.5 hours right now, I would just ask that council members please just do the best job you can at being as brief as you can. Starting at, we'll go in opposite order now just to switch things up. Councilmember Tierman, you get to go first.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I did agree to the radio interviews, so I've done a couple of those, Dave, and going well. I think another one this week. Have been, of course, participating in our weekly updates and have done some outreach to the local ski areas as well. Got a call scheduled tomorrow with the general manager of North Star, and of course have also spoken with the GM at Homewood. Again, the idea of just being conduit of information and communications. And what else? Participated in a library call. Nevada County is putting up some money to help with some conceptual planning, architecture on a new library for Truckee. So I think some good momentum there continues. And then attended the Mountain Housing Council quarterly meeting on the 10th of April.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Commendatore.
I too will be brief. Obviously doing the radio interviews. Thank you for giving us that opportunity, Mayor. It's actually been a lot of fun. Hopefully I'm adding some value. I have, I guess really what I was going to say, I've been kind of working on just dealing with a lot of the same stuff all four of us on this call right now have been doing, dealing with the community, the public, helping drive the correct information, calm the nerves of where people are a little afraid, and hopefully adding a sense of stability to our community. Most of the things I have been involved with as far as a town council member seem to have been canceled. So I haven't had any recent meetings with those other groups. So that's other than that, outside that's just surviving the business side, and hopefully all our other businesses have taken advantage of what they can with the SBA. And I've been actually acting as an advocate and passing out a lot of information from both my experiences as well as what's the right information out there and how to find ways to find aid and funding for the SBA for lots of our businesses. So that's about it.
Thank you, Tony. And Vice Mayor Klostad.
Well, ditto on the radio interviews and the bi-weekly calls. And yeah, I'm actually starting to enjoy the interviews. Those are getting fun. And then well put, Councilmember Commendatory, just spending a lot of time trying to calm the fears and anxieties of the community by responding to emails, texts, phone calls. They're coming at me from all directions, as I'm sure they are with everybody else. But it's good. It's invigorating to see our community so inspired to participate. So I'm trying to frame it in a positive way. The mayor and I did have a conference call with Assemblywoman Megan Dahl yesterday, letting her know what our needs are here specifically in Truckee. I intend to continue to follow up with her and her representative Yolanda on those needs. And then I watched the SBC's, the Sierra Business Council's webinar on the SBA loans and found it incredibly informative. I just really want to encourage the community that is concerned about income to take a look at that. And it's way broader than I could have ever imagined, including people like somebody who might be short-term renting the portion of their property and they've lost income from that, to people like my husband who is self-employed. So there's a broad range of opportunities there for support. I encourage everybody to go and watch that. And then I did have a LAFCO meeting virtually and a virtual Truckee Springs Committee meeting. We're going to try to get that going again.
Yeah, no shortage of stuff for all of us. First, I want to thank all of you Jeff and Chief for taking over some of my daily duties. I very, very much appreciate it. And JD has been nothing but complimentary every morning on the radio. You guys are all doing a great job. I try to listen to every single one of us just to see how we're all talking about these things. But yeah, countless for me. I've lost count of the interviews with local media, with regional media, state media, emails, conversations. That has not stopped, although it is starting to slow down a little bit. We've had a couple of TBID meetings over the past couple of weeks, and without me going into the details because they're not quite finalized yet on programs that they're working on, I'm going to let staff at some point, hopefully in the next week or two, going to provide sort of a summary report of what's happening at the TBID level. But they're working at ways to utilize their reserves to remit back to the payees. So it's actually fairly simple, but it's not final yet. So I'll leave that one alone. I am going to be meeting, I'm meeting with the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association tomorrow. And so we'll have some more updated information on some of the business needs. I met with Stephen Poncelet with the PUD, and I believe they're having a board meeting tomorrow night or Thursday night. They'll be announcing some assistance for their customers as well. I participated along with the chief, and I guess Kim was on there, although I never saw her never actually saw her little face on there. But we did the Tahoe Talks with Moonshine Inc. That was last Friday, meeting with Assemblywoman Dolly, and I believe that's it. I think I've done a lot more stuff because it certainly feels like that, but those are the official things I can rattle off quickly. With that, thanks everybody for being a part of this. Thank you for bearing with us with a few technical difficulties along the way. We're all getting the hang of this new meeting format, and it's about 9 p.m. So if you've stayed tuned this entire time, thank you. If you've come in and out, we also appreciate that. Be safe. Keep following all of the guidance. Check out all Chief's videos. Wear masks out in public, continue to social distance, and we will all get through this and be back in person, hugging at some point and having a really big community party. So thank you all. This meeting is now adjourned. Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.